Boom. Hey, folks. How's everyone doing? Only minor bleeding today. So we have a couple of days to go over. The good news is that most of the witnesses, I feel like we can blow through fairly quickly. And the reason why is because even though the witnesses take half of forever, they are called for some fairly simple propositions. So like all of day 7 is basically one witness who is called for the proposition that Kouri Richins is the worst with money. Like literally the worst. I think I said it on Twitter as she is to finances as the Donner Party is to fine dining. She just absolutely sucks at it. But let's sort of go through things here. I should start a goal. Let's see, goal. Here we go. We'll do that as a goal. All right. Why am I bleeding today? Shaving. I am bad at shaving. All right. So, yeah, Kouri Richins. She did not have a good couple of days because the last couple of days have really really hurt her in some serious ways, and we'll talk about that because yeah, it's bad. Okay, so we are, let's see, I'm just trying to see what's going on there. Have I ever had a beard for any length of time? I am bad at growing a beard. And Mrs. Runkle does not like facial hair. So I did grow like a bit of mustache for for what do you call it? Movember one time. And it didn't look good. I still get people occasionally who are like, what the heck? What's going on? And they find the old videos where that was going on. They're like, Runkle, what was with that? And it's like, yeah, okay. But yeah, it just doesn't look good. So yeah, I see people saying don't shave mad. My skin is like paper thin. So I run a razor over it and it just turns to, blood and mess and all of that. So it is what it is. I don't have much cause for it. Also, sorry I'm late. Just as I got started, I went, and so while I'm here, I have my mic sort of here, and it obstructs a lot of my view. And I went and grabbed my mouse, and I pulled the mouse over, and the mouse cable knocked my Coke into the keyboard, which I had to deal with fairly urgently because otherwise, it's like, do you want to get ants? That's how you get ants. So also that's how you get keyboards that are sticky and never work right again. So I had to soak that up before it actually got into it was sort of suspended at the keycaps, so I needed to make sure it didn't actually get into the keys. But all right, we are good to go, I think. So let's dive into day 7. And yeah, it's a whole thing here. So all right. Just got to make sure my audio is right. There we go. Okay, here we are. What keyboard do I use? I've got a Razer keyboard. So this is the beginning of day 7. And we're going to watch it because it's kind of relevant. If you saw day 7,
present as well.
You should see. You saw what's going on. I'm sorry about that pause face, but yeah, they have a sort of note about how they plan to conduct objections, and the note is bad. So here we go.
Defense are present. Ms. Richins is present as well. I have a couple of administrative issues to ask about. Mr. Bloodworth, give me a preview of the state's witnesses today.
Your Honor, beginning with the forensic accountant, Brooke Carrington, my sense is she takes most, if not all, of the day.
Spoiler alert, she takes all of the day.
But if we get on to additional witnesses, there is 3 witnesses related to insurance coverage that are lined up.
Okay, very good. With respect to Ms. Carrington, we'll need to have a plan for a 404B instruction or instructions. I'd like to do that in an efficient way, Ms. Nestor. Have you given any thought about that?
Well, I have, and my initial thought was to do just a continuing objection to everything, but the reality is there's definitely things she's going to testify to that we agree are appropriate for this trial. And there's a whole bunch of things she's going to testify to that we don't think belong in this trial. So my thought, what I was planning to do is when she got into an area that we believe falls under our original motion in limine, and I would just stand up and say, we object to 401, 403, 404B, and just make the record right then, no speaking objection, and then you can just rule, and I've made a contemporaneous objection at the time, and we don't have to stop and have arguments. I mean,
Do you have...
Oh, this is the dumbest way to do this. What she should have said is, Your Honor, we made the ruling, or we made the objection at the time. We lost the motion in limine. We don't want to interrupt things every 2 minutes. Can we just determine that can we just state that the objection is, the objection is preserved for the appeal, that we don't need to do this, that, we have a standing objection to this, which is what the judge was kind of hinting would be fine. But she's like, no, we want to stand up and object every time. I'm like, why would you want to do that? That is the worst way of doing things. And yeah.
I feel like we veered into defendant preserving her record for appeal, and that's a different than my question, but we can start there and then go back to my question.
well, I mean,
The
my
403 issue, put that aside.
Okay.
I recognize that it's possible that Ms. Carrington's testimony would get to the point where defendant would want to make a 403 objection based not on unfair prejudice, but on cumulative evidence, wasting time, things like that. And you won't know that till you see it come in. So put that aside. I've already ruled on
The problem is that because the judge has already ruled on all of this, it actually makes it harder to object to the stuff that she really wants to object to. So, like, if you have to object to every sentence the witness says, then you're never going to get to the the jury's never going to actually care about your objections, because it's just objection, objection, objection. And the other thing is, do you really want to have the jury see you stand up every 2 minutes and go, objection, and the judge goes overruled, and you go objection, and the judge goes overruled? It just makes you look like dipshits. Why would you be like, Judge, what we're proposing is a system where we sit here and we just punch ourselves in the balls repeatedly in the full view of the jury while you point and laugh and throw pies at us. Like, that's basically what she's asking for here. And the judge is like, "Are you sure?" She's like, "Yes, it's got to be pies. Like, we got to," and I'm like, and then everybody on Twitter was sitting there going, "Why is the defense such morons?" And it's like, because they chose to have to look like morons. Yeah.
Fair prejudice piece. I've already ruled on the 404B issue. I need to give the jury a contemporaneous instruction, though, rather than do it every 15, 20 minutes. I thought it might be better just to do it up front at some point. And it's how to do that in a way that's fair to both sides that I'm asking about.
Well, my concern about that would be that it would, if there's just a blanket instruction, they're not going to know which parts of her testimony that relates to.
Well, in the written jury instructions, I think we're going to have to tell them. We talked about this during the motions eliminate hearing, that I think the 404B instruction will need to have some specificity about qualitatively this transaction or that transaction or this part of this transaction or this conduct in that transaction cannot be considered for, but can be considered for.
It's just that the expanse of what she's going to testify to is vast, right?
Like, well, maybe. I don't know.
She's going to talk about taxes. She's going to talk about business. She's going to talk about assets and liabilities. She's going to talk about...
yeah, but not all of that is 404B information.
That's exactly my point,
right.
Which it makes it complicated. I mean, if you're recommending that we start with just an admonishment that some of her testimony will involve, I just don't know how you do it before we get to the topic. It's so broad. I don't know how you would even word it. I mean, I'll happily sit down and try to work with the court and the state and try to come up with a broad admonishment for the beginning. I just don't know it's going to have much effect because she's going to be all over the place.
What?
And there is a lot of what she's going to testify to that we're like, fine. I mean, it goes to motive. I'm not going to be unreasonable. I recognize their theory. I disagree with it, but I recognize it. And if they're trying to establish, her financial condition at the time of death, I think that's going to come in. I'm not unrealistic about that. But I think she's going to go pretty far beyond that, right? So at that point, I feel like I'm going to want a contemporaneous objection, and I may want the court, because as you ruled, I think wisely in the motion to eliminate hearing, a lot of this you can't tell till you hear it as it comes in, because it may have a foundation and it may not. And if it doesn't, I may want to be heard at that time and say, look, we shouldn't even go into any of this because they haven't established how it's linked to motive. They haven't established how it's linked to relevance to this case because of the temporal distance, because it's so far removed from any argument of motive. And at that point, we may need to have a quick break and just talk about it. But
the problem is when she ends up objecting every 8 seconds, how do you know when you need a quick break to talk about it?
I'm going to try to, not be unrealistic about what I expect you will allow in, but I also want the ability to object when I think she's gone way past what we're doing.
Okay. Can we have an agreement that there will be no speaking objection?
Yes, I wasn't planning on doing that anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
That may be the best we can do for now, Mr. Bloodworth. Any other suggestions?
I mean, I'd say 4143444B, but I won't elaborate.
That's fine.
I've got to at least put some ground on the record.
Yeah, and just don't say the same 3 rules every time unless you mean it.
Okay.
Don't say the same 3 rules every time unless you mean it. It's like, give us a sign as to when you're just preserving your record and when you're actually appealing something. Yeah.
Mr. Bloodworth, anything further on this? The hope was to try and not unnecessarily slow down the presentation of evidence, but it just may not be possible to do what I am suggesting.
Your Honor, I think it's possible. It's interesting. I don't know. I think the defense, by objecting all along, may draw attention to the amount of 404B evidence.
Well, they're allowed to.
Yes. And like when the prosecution is sitting there going, I think the defense might be doing a dumb thing, you should listen. Now, that doesn't mean that you should necessarily take their word for it, because sometimes the prosecution is not your friend, right? But you should still listen to it, because sometimes the prosecution is like, I think the defense might be doing some dumbass shit here, because they just feel bad that you're doing something stupid, and they don't really want to see you like put your face into the wood chipper, and but they're like, it's the defense's call, I guess, but this looks like a stupid, it smells like a stupid, and then she's got this expression of like,
Make that choice, though.
So it seems to me if that's their choice, let's roll with it.
All right, we'll take it. We'll do it.
And when they go, if that's what the defense wants, we're okay with it. You know, you're probably doing a dumb thing. So, yeah, here we go.
In real time. If we need to take a break and have a more fulsome conversation, we can do that. Okay. Very good. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we invite the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Okay. Take it, please.
All right, let's jump ahead a few seconds here.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
What, ma'am, is your name?
Brooke Carrington.
Is that spelled
And he's now going to spell her name.
Karrington?
Yes.
What do you do for a living?
I am a forensic accountant.
What is a forensic accountant?
Well, it is based on accounting, but it takes it some extra steps further than that. I look for a lot of the source of funds, the disposition of funds, what the transactions really mean, more than just the balancing of transactions and getting to a black and white number at the bottom. I try to understand more of the landscape and more of why things make sense and why they don't in the financial documentation that I look at.
No, this is actually wrong. Forensic accounting is the only interesting part of accounting. And the reason why is because what forensic accountants do is they take things apart in order to look for basically what went wrong. Forensic is anything to do with law. So forensic accounting is the accounting for court cases. So, what do you use a forensic accountant for? You use it to find who's embezzling. You use it to find who's like financing terror. You use it to find like who's, cooking the books or doing drugs or whatever else. Forensic accounting is kind of the most interesting form of accounting because it's kind of two-player accounting. And what I mean by that is like normal accounting, you're just sitting there and you're trying to make sure the books are properly, properly balanced and that all of the things make sense and all of that. Forensic accounting, you're often in competition with somebody who was trying to hide the money or trying to hide what they were doing, and you're trying to find it. So, I mean, I would still be bored as fuck if I was doing forensic accounting because just too many numbers. But it's the only kind of accounting where I think that there would actually be a moment that actually got interesting where you could be sitting there going through it and going, aha, that's how they tried to hide the money. Aha, that's where they, all of these things. And so this is, she's got the most interesting job possible within the accounting field, short of being like, Pablo Escobar's accountant, which is interesting because Pablo Escobar might shoot you. But, I mean, if he were alive, but you get the idea, right? So, yeah.
More of a narrative?
Yes.
What, ma'am, is your education and training in forensic accounting?
I've been at this for 38 years, and I have a bachelor's in English, I have an MBA, and I have several certifications that support that.
Who's your employer?
I have a firm. It's a small firm. We're based in Salt Lake City.
Do you teach or present as it relates to forensic accounting?
Yes, I've presented many times over the years to Masters of Accounting students, mostly quite often at the business school at the University of Utah. And I am the adjunct professor of the fraud examination and forensic accounting course at the university.
Okay, so she does a lot of stuff. We're going to jump ahead a little bit, but I did see this coming up. Somebody was asking about 404, and JMR has a great answer here. Federal Rule of Evidence 404 generally prohibits evidence of a person's character, past crimes, or other acts to prove they acted in accordance with that character on a specific occasion. However, such evidence may be admitted for non-propensity purposes, such as proving motive, intent, opportunity, preparation, plan, knowledge, identity, or absence of mistake. So let's talk about this. Let us imagine that we have Bob and Frank. And Frank ends up dead. And the police suspect Bob because, of course, they suspect Bob. So the police know that Bob and Frank pulled off a bank heist together and they stole $12 million, right? So the bank heist itself would be inadmissible. You can't say because Bob is the kind of person who commits bank heists, therefore he must be a bad dude who would be willing to commit murder, right? That's the improper reasoning. That is not allowable. But if the prosecution's theory is that Bob and Frank steal the $12 million and Bob murders Frank so that he doesn't have to split the money, right? There's 12 million bucks, and if they split it, it's 6 million each. But if Bob murders Frank, that's 12 million for Bob. And sure enough, Bob is found with $12 million in his pockets when he's arrested. He's got really big pockets. Well, at that point, you'd be sitting there going, okay, this makes sense. This is the theory, right? Bob and Frank do the heist. Bob murders Frank. Bob takes Frank's share. At that point, you could probably admit that evidence of the bank heist because it's not just going in for propensity. It's not just going in to say Bob is a bad dude because he does bank heists. It's going in to say we think Bob committed this specific murder, and our theory of it is because of, all of these details, and we have some additional stuff to match it up. So in her case, it's not just that Kouri Richins is a financial scammy weirdo, whatever. It's that her finances and the gigantic disaster that her finances are gives her a motive to kill Eric Richins because she's in such a financial hole that the only way she gets out of that is, murder is the inference that the prosecution wants you to make, right? Which bank has 12 million inside? This is a hypothetical. It doesn't need to make too much sense. Okay, so we're going to jump way ahead.
Of those wire transfers.
Those were in January of 2022 from Chelsea Barney to Kouri Richins for the purpose of a down payment to buy the 299 Barney house.
So it was a down payment.
Objection to speculation about what it was for and hearsay. Move to strike.
Sustained. Lay some foundation, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, or Scott, can you bring up Exhibit 2-19DR?
Would you mind blowing it up, Scott? I can't read the text.
There's several pages, Your Honor. And just so the court knows where I'm going, I'll just move to admit it.
And 403 and 404B?
Yes, sir.
Okay, those objections are respectfully overruled. Forgive me, this was a long number. Would you go back to page 1?
Yes.
States Exhibit 2-19D-R.
Ms. Carrington, have you seen this document before?
I have, yes.
Your Honor, can the court publish it to the jury?
Yes.
Scott, if you could just slowly, please walk the jury down the text string.
So, ha, I totally pulled an Eric, ha. I bet you're dying, Chels, ha. What time do you get off? I have no idea how you're working. Did Derek have fun? He seemed to like it.
Ma'am, is this a text string between Chelsea Barney and Kouri Richins?
That's my understanding, yes.
And then, oh, hell no, the kids are probably so damn confused. It's sad. As soon as she meets someone else, she will do this all over again. Okay, for your house, we're finally getting everything done. I don't have an exact number on your mortgage yet, but it will be about $2,300, maybe $100 more or less. I will have final numbers this week, and then I'll let you know. I'll also let you know I'm down payment when I get that.
And Kouri
It'll
Richins
be
is
this
in
week.
blue,
but
right, at the
don't stress,
1987
it'll
number?
be affordable for what you have. No worries.
I believe so, yes.
And then, hey, Chels, okay, a couple of things. Do you have any paint left over at your house? My mom said she used some kind of paint to touch up a cabinet there, and she was pretty sure she left it with the other colors. It would have been darker gray. We're going to be closing on your house Tuesday. What are you comfortable with putting as a down payment? Oh, yes, sorry. She texted me about it, and I forgot to text her back that I found it. Okay, what are they wanting is one. Let's jump to... Thought I had a better timestamp there, but my timestamp is off. Okay, here.
17, please. Do you recognize this document, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the summons that's related to that lawsuit that I just explained. And I believe somewhere there's the seal on the document. Oh, it's the summons and the complaint.
State moves 4-17 into evidence.
Same objection plus hearsay.
Not sure this is. Would you approach regarding the hearsay objection?
So they go up. Kouri Richins has a zit today.
Tax analysis.
Yes.
Did you analyze Kouri Richins and Eric Richins' tax returns?
Yes, I did.
What types of returns did you analyze?
The married filing joint returns for 1920, 21, the business returns for C&E, and a separate tax return for that Kouri Richins self-prepared for 2019.
How do each of the business returns relate to their joint personal return?
So Eric's business, he had a business partner, and their earnings that he and his business partner drew from the company were reported on a K-1. It's a document then that gets filed with their personal return. I'm sorry, I'm trying to be succinct. And Kouri Richins, having it be a one-person entity, all of her income, whether or not it was reported on K1, would just flow through to the personal return, usually on a Schedule C.
So one way or another, each of their business income or business loss would flow to their joint personal return.
That's right.
So here's the problem the forensic accountant is having, which is that she is really, she's really good at what she does. You can tell that she knows her shit, but she's also having a hard time actually, she's also having a hard time sort of dumbing it all down, because she's like, I want to be understandable, but I just speak in like tax numbers and form numbers, and that's how I roll, which is a bit of a challenge for her.
Did you analyze KRR's, Kouri Richins Realty's return?
Yes.
Were her tax returns helpful in understanding her financial narrative?
Watch her reaction here, because her reaction is so telling. Oh yeah, and we have subtitles. We're going to turn those on.
If I answered that yes or no, it would require some explanation.
Let's start by yes or no.
Okay. Yes, it did help explain the lack of continuity and lack of reliable accounting. And no, because of that, the things that she reported to her tax preparer.
Objections, same objections we raised previously.
Would you approach for a minute?
She's like, jury, this is going to be really damaging for our case. Jury, pay extra attention to this part. Jury, this is stuff we really don't want you to hear. Come on. Defense. And like, look at Bloodworth's expression. He looks like a shark who's swimming up on like a giant steak. Once again, Kouri Richins is dressed in the fashion style we could describe as boring ass, which is exactly what she should be doing.
All right, folks, have a seat. Mr. Bloodworth, to help me rule on defendant's objection, would you please proffer for me where we're headed regarding the tax returns?
Yes, Your Honor. I think in response to that question and maybe the next one, Ms. Carrington will testify that K. Richins Realty's tax return were unhelpful for Ms. Carrington's analysis because Kouri Richins' expense reporting to her accountant was inaccurate.
Okay. And then where will we go after that regarding the tax returns?
The implication of the inaccurate expense reporting was that her tax returns showed a profit. Then there will be questioning on if the expenses were reported accurately, would they have shown a loss? There's a tax advantage to showing a loss. Why would you want to show, from a tax perspective, why wouldn't you want to take the loss? And then Ms. Carrington will testify that during these time frames.
So if you're not following what he's saying is she has been going and saying, okay, I am making all this money doing house flipping. All this money. Lena, we've got it down to 2. but it's going to be within reach of the Sandman Hotel. So it'll either be the Sandman Hotel bar or a place that is like walking distance from there. So I need to make some calls tomorrow and firm that up, but we do have an almost place. So yeah. Yeah, the thing is she's basically faking her she's faking that she is not losing as much money as she was actually losing. And the reason why she's doing that is, well, it's unclear. But there's a couple of reasons. One reason why she might be doing that is because she's borrowing so much money. And so she's desperately trying to make money or to borrow more money. And she's going to be able to borrow more money if, if she's able to, show that she's making money. The other thing is I suspect she was probably telling Eric Richins that, look at, my side business is doing great. I'm not a cash fire, because they've already had a fight. Annabelle Feinstein, the meetup or this trial is in Utah. The meetup is in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. So 2 different things. But her and Eric Richins have already had a fight over her poaching $250,000. And now they're having the issue where she is setting fire to money. Everything she's doing, she is setting fire to money. What we end up hearing is that she's got about $6 million in assets. She's got all these properties worth about $6 million because she just keeps buying shit. And she's got $7.5 million in debts, leaving her with $1.5 million in the hole. So at the point when all of this house of cards falls in on itself, and she's stuck with $1.5 million in debts she can't cover, she's going to be in an absolute disaster. So that's what the prosecution is setting out here. Now, I am just offended that she has more in debt than I have in total life savings, in my net worth, many, many, many times over. And so I'm like, are you kidding me? Okay. All right. Sucks to be me, I guess.
Richins was trying to attract funding, loans, and a tax return that showed a profit would help her attract loans.
Okay. Ms. Nestor, take it from there.
Well, now I have a new objection.
I imagine you have a couple.
I do.
Go ahead.
I don't think it's just that it would help her attract loans. I think it's partially that it will help her attract loans. I also suspect that she was hiding things from Eric Richins, right? So, yeah. Now, Esme says, but wouldn't that be an anti-motive? Eric was making money. The thing is that if I was Eric and I found out what her finances were, I would have dumped her so hard. I would have dumped her so hard she would have bounced out of the dumpster and into a second flaming dumpster because, yeah. Yeah.
So, first of all, absolute speculation as to why, the loops you have to jump through to get that she's over-reporting her income to use it to get funding when there's zero evidence in this case that I've seen that she's ever produced
Pause there for a minute. Let's assume for the purposes of our discussion for the next few minutes that instead of opining about what was in Ms. Richins' head, Ms. Carrington.
He's like, let's assume that the prosecution is going to ask smart questions instead of stupid questions, because the prosecution has mostly been asking smart questions. So let's not just straw man here. That's what she's trying to do. She's trying to say, well, if the prosecution makes a dumb argument, and he's like, yeah, what if they make the smart argument, though? Is the jury hearing this? Jury's out. Jury's out.
Based upon her education, training, experience, talks about what real estate investors would need to show to attract funding, and whether someone with a balance sheet that looked like Ms. Richins would need funding. So more general rather than specific.
Except that in this particular case, I know we have 10 terabytes of information that was produced, but I don't recall ever seeing any evidence that she produced her tax returns to any lenders ever. And if she has seen that, please correct me, but I've not seen it. So if there's no evidence in the case to support this speculation, then it is speculation, it is prejudicial, it's harmful, and it shouldn't come in. But I also think if she's, to whatever extent, for whatever reason, if she's filing false tax returns, that's a crime. And that's another crime, wrong, or bad act under 404B. And again, has zero relevance to whether or not Ms. Richins killed her husband. And so I object on all those grounds.
Okay, one step at a time. Addressing these issues in the order that they were raised by defendant, Mr. Bloodworth asked the questions in a way that does not require or invite Ms. Carrington to speculate about what was going on in Ms. Richins' head, but speaks more broadly or generally based upon her education.
Why would you do this, right? What reasons could someone have for doing it?
Training experience about why real estate investors in Ms. Richins' circumstances might benefit from making their tax returns look a certain way versus another. Any clarification on that?
No, yeah.
Okay, that resolves the speculation objection.
I'm also pretty certain that when I applied for a loan to buy the land, they wanted to see my tax returns, right? They were like, hey, how much money are you making? We're not just going to take your word for it. How much money are you paying taxes on? Also, got to roll this. And thank you, CHMLGR, for the 20 gifted memberships. I had a meeting today with my partner manager, and I was like, hey, partner manager, when are we getting proper usernames back? Like, when are people going to be able to set nicknames for themselves again? He's like, I have no idea what this is about. So hopefully that is going to be something he gets on, but I don't have much pull, so we'll see.
Next, moving to the 404B issue, the court determines that evidence regarding the appearances that Ms. Richins was preserving regarding the success of her real estate investing business, circumstantial or direct, and evidence regarding the potential consequences that would flow if those appearances were shown to be without basis or not accurate, circumstantial or direct, are probative of a non-character purpose of showing motive. That is, that she, put bluntly, needed money to maintain appearances and to prevent the financial calamity that would show that these appearances were not accurate and the personal consequences that would flow from that. In so ruling, the court is summarizing the reasoning that it has already put forth in much more detail with citation to Utah law in its ruling on defendant's motions in limine and in its ruling on the state's motion for additional findings and conclusions regarding the intrinsic evidence issue. And the court incorporates by reference that reasoning in those authorities. However, to make sure that the jury does not inadvertently and improperly revert to a propensity-based drawing of inferences, Ms. Nestor, do you want me to make another instruction that makes specific reference to the taxes.
Yes.
Okay, so may we agree that the court will give an additional instruction to the effect of, you are about to hear evidence that defendant's representations related to the tax returns of her business were not accurate, and then the standard form language after that.
Yes, sir.
Any objection, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Nestor, anything further on that issue?
No, sir.
All right, and then can we just take a look together at Rule 103B? Which states that once the court rules definitively on the record, either before or after trial, a party need not renew an objection or offer of proof to preserve a claim of error for appeal. I respect genuinely that.
This is fun because the judge is like, you know how you keep objecting? Fucking stop it.
Ms. Richins disagrees strongly with many of the court's pretrial rulings. That disagreement has been preserved for the record. It will be reviewed on appeal. To the extent defense counsel is worried about having to reassert any of those objections, they need not do so under Rule 103B.
Totally respect what you're saying, Your Honor. My only concern is that as we litigated this, we did not go document by document and say, these documents are the ones we have problems with. These are the documents we're okay with. My understanding of our discussion earlier this morning, and I might be wrong, and please correct me, but my understanding was that I was supposed to let the court know when we get to the documents that I think fall under what we've talked about. There are
when she starts making arguments like this about stupid things, it makes me want to use a pencil to scratch the inside of my skull.
documents in here, as I said this morning, that we don't have any problem with. Most of her demonstrative exhibits, you'll note, I'm not making objections to those. They're coming in sans objection.
But some you double down on regarding the Barney house. And so it's hard to tell whether you're just reasserting the objection every time or if you're choosing. And that's why on occasion I have to ask whether this is a new or different objection.
So I can try to do better about alerting the court if there's a new ground, but I'm
try to do better about so many things. There's a lot of things you should try to do better about. And if we're going to make a list and we're going to check it twice, we'll be just in time for Christmas. So
still concerned because we don't have a ruling anywhere that I've said exhibit 632 falls under, we believe falls under the court's ruling and therefore falls under our objection. We've never done that. So the fear that I have, well, I totally agree. That's what Rule 103 says. I understand I can have a continuing objection, but the problem with that is we've never in any of our litigation said this set of documents.
Well, your motion in limine certainly did. It listed about 20 documents and then I denied it. So you know that those.
Why are you upset that the appeals court might consider that you were objecting to more documents than you were objecting to? Like, her argument here is stupid. You know, the appeals court won't know the stuff we're not objecting to. Okay, so if you just say, okay, we're applying this objection to every document, then cool. You're preserving that record for everything. Like, I don't get this. I don't get the argument other than just, Judge, we like getting up. We like saying, we're going to be so bored if we don't get to say things.
You're not a problem, but nonetheless, we are where we are.
Right.
So feel free to proceed as you are, but to the extent you want another specific ruling because you feel like we haven't discussed it before, you have to say more. Otherwise,
Understood.
I won't know what you're talking about.
Absolutely understood. So my intention for the record is to try to comply with the court's ruling not to have a speaking objection. When I say previous objections, I'm saying this document we believe falls under what you've already ruled on. If I have something that's new that I don't think you've ruled on at all, I will let the court know that.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody need a break before we invite the jury back in? Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, you're
Okay. Tasia, we're ready for the jury.
Man, points of this trial feel like trying to piss out a shot glass. And I mean, there's no way to do that doesn't hurt. Once again, the winner of this trial is Scott's mustache, which is glorious. I feel like Scott's mustache needs its own TV show. All right, so they're walking the jury in. Hoslong tell jury.
Of the jury, in additional instruction. You are about to hear evidence that defendant's representations related to her business's tax returns were not accurate during the period of time before the acts charged in this case. This evidence is not admitted to prove a character trait of the defendant or to show that she acted in a manner consistent with that trait. You may consider this evidence, if at all, for the limited purpose of determining whether defendant had any particular motive. Please keep in mind that the defendant is on trial for the crimes charged in this case and for those crimes only. You may not convict the defendant simply because you believe she may have committed some other acts at some other time. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Carrington, let me pick up with that last question. Maybe we'll just answer it again to get back on track. Were Kay Richins Realty tax returns helpful in your understanding Kouri Richins' financial narrative?
And I answered yes and no, or yes or no.
Yes, it was helpful for me to understand it in that it showed me that it was like absolute fuckery, right? It was helpful for me to see the stupid shit that they were up to. You know, it's like, that's what she means here. It was very useful to see the stuff that made no freaking sense. Yeah.
Yes, they were helpful to understand the fact that everything
awesome.
didn't match.
Way to go,
the money that came out of the bank account that was spent was not reported the same on the tax returns. Well, let me say, was not reported the same to the tax preparer and therefore not accounted for correctly on the tax returns. And then no, because the same thing. If the accounting is not reliable, that doesn't help me understand fully and accurately what was going on in her business.
Does this relate back to how you had to calculate expenses as it relates to Kouri Richins rehabbing homes?
Yes, that's along the same lines, yes.
And it's those expenses, or is it those expenses that were underreported to her tax accountant?
Well, there's that, but there's also the fact that the whole body of those loans we've just looked at was not included. And in looking at the tax preparer's documents that he relied on to put the tax returns together, it's clearly missing. None of those loans is listed as a liability against the revenues. And the documents also show that the only loans that he understood that Kay Richins Realty had and was obligated to repay were the loans based on that were related to the properties. So there's this huge category of, $5 million, $500,000 of obligation, or $400,000 of obligation that was completely absent from any of the financial records that the tax preparer put together, and therefore was also missing from the tax return.
What was the effect of this inaccurate reporting on Kay Richins Realty's tax return?
So someone who or a business that understates the expenses inflates the net income. So it makes it look like there's more profit than there actually was.
Wouldn't there be a tax advantage to having a business loss?
Yes, or having a lower net income. Yes.
Setting Kouri Richins aside for a moment, based on your training and experience as a
Let's talk about the early days of YouTube, when I wasn't in YouTube, but some other people were, and they started making big money. A lot of YouTubers out there who started making real money at the early days of YouTube found themselves in a difficult spot because they found themselves having a hard time getting loans to do things like buy houses. And so they were in situations where they're like making $500,000 a year and they can't borrow enough to buy $1 million house, notwithstanding the fact that they can buy it, they can pay it off real fast. And the reason why is because the banks weren't really sure about their income. They didn't know that they actually had genuine income. And so you have to be able to show, like, I've got an income and, here's what it is, in a way that banks recognize. Now, one of the big ways that banks recognize stuff is, well, what are you paying taxes on? And part of the assumption for the banks is that you wouldn't be lying to the government to pay more tax. If anything, you'd be lying to the government to pay less tax. So, yeah. How does credit score work? Not from the USA. So credit score is a basically number created based on algorithms, based on your borrowing habits and patterns. And it is weird. It can be affected by all sorts of things, like how much credit you've got, how much credit you could have, various other things. But yeah, I mean, nowadays the YouTube stuff, like the bank didn't blink an eye when I went in and they were asking, what's your income? And I'm like, well, I make this much at my job and this much at my other job. And they're like, and your other job is YouTube. I'm like, yes. And they're like, okay, cool. They didn't have a problem with that. They were like, what kind of channel do you have? But that's about it, right? So it's not just income to debt. There's also payment history. There's whether you have, like, if you have like a line of credit for $50,000, how much of that have you used? It's all complicated. When we bought this house, my wife had a really good credit score because she had a credit card she had never used. My credit score was not that great because I had no credit card. I didn't have any debts. I didn't have any, the only debt I had was like a student line of credit for going to law school. So my credit score was not that great because they were like, why haven't you been taking out all of these loans? And I'm like, because I don't want a credit card. Now you kind of need to have one just to buy stuff online. But at the time I was like, I don't want to borrow money. So yeah. But my wife's credit score was fantastic because she had a credit card she got at like 16 or something and then never touched. So it really helped, which, yeah. All right.
forensic accountant, why would a business person want to inaccurately, from a tax perspective, want to inaccurately report their expenses and end up paying more tax?
Most, I don't know. Most, if taxes, if expenses, revenues and expenses are reported correctly, there is a tax liability, assuming they made a profit. If those are understated and it makes it look like they made more profit, they would owe more tax. If the opposite were true, they would pay less tax. And so it depends on what that person's or business's objectives were.
What would a business objective be to want to pay more taxes?
Back to speculation.
Overrule.
To avoid showing a loss so that the business appeared more successful.
Why would a business
If you're trying to get a business loan, they're much more likely to loan you money at a business if your business is making money, right? They're much less likely to loan you money at a business if your business is tanking. Because, yeah, I mean, this makes sense. If I'm running a restaurant and the restaurant is turning $50,000 a month in profit, and I say, hey, I want to take out a loan so that I can open up a franchise location, a second location for my business or for my restaurant, the bank is probably like, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. Whereas if I have a business and I'm losing $50,000 a month, and I go, I want to take out a loan so that I can advertise my business and turn my numbers around, they're probably like, yeah, no, that plane's already going into the mountain. We're not gonna throw more resources at that.
similar to Kouri Richins, a business with a financial position similar to Kouri Richins' financial position want to appear more successful?
Well, if things had been reported accurately, she was operating at a loss. And so that would have been reflected, especially for 2021, that would have been reflected in an accurate tax return, would have shown a loss there. And during the time, especially the tax return that was prepared in the fall of 2021, that wasn't accurate, that's a time when she was actively seeking funding for, she acquired 3 new properties in November, and
Back to speculation.
Overrule.
factually speaking, she acquired 3 new properties in November of 2021, adding $1.1 million to her debt. She didn't pay anything to acquire those properties. And in December is when she put the offer in on that big house. And so these are months that coincide with.
Now you can hear the tone of her voice because the forensic accountant is sitting here like, this is what the fuck. She is offended by what Kouri Richins was getting away with financially.
The inaccurate tax returns in which new projects were being acquired or contemplated, and funding was being sought for those.
Did you investigate whether Kouri and Eric Richins had any tax liabilities?
Yes.
Did they?
Yes.
Do you know about how much?
I know at least number.
What is the at least number?
Let me back up. State tax liabilities, tax liens were about $70,000. And federal was about $80,000 at least. So $150,000 at least.
And were those a joint liability since they filed jointly?
That's correct.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 5-36? Are we frozen?
It's possible. Let me fix that.
All right. So, yeah, she talks about how the finances are basically a tire fire is generous.
Capital and K. Richins Realty. And this was a response from the title company, Griffith and Turner Title, in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves 5-114 into evidence.
No objection.
5-114 is admitted.
And just, Scott, yeah, perfect. So this is, am I right? Is this the loan agreement between K. Richins Realty and Sierra West for the Midway Mansion?
It is.
And Sierra West was the biggest lender at $2.6 million.
That's right. Yes.
I'm just going to say, if I walked into a bank today and said, hey, I would love to borrow $2.6 million. They would be like, I would love to punch you in the face, but neither of us is going to get what we want today. And they would be closer to getting what they want than I would. Because like there is just no way that anybody would lend me $2.6 million. They wouldn't lend me the 0.6. Come on. If I came in there, they'd just be like, yeah. What is it? You also don't have a husband making $750,000. You're not wrong. And yeah. Okay.
Scott, could you just scroll down on page 1? Scott, could you go to page 12, please? And is this part of are we looking at what is known generally as a closing packet?
Yes, that would be consistent. Yes.
These are the closing documents on the Midway Mansion. At least the closing documents for the largest fund are on the Midway Mansion.
That's right. Yes.
And is this the signature page?
Yes, it is.
And is that signature notarized on the 5th of March?
Yes, that's correct.
Scott, can you go to page 21, please? Is this another different signature page?
Yes, this one is basically acknowledging that the company that's buying this authorizes Kouri D. Richins to act on its behalf.
Scott, can you go to 27, please? Is this yet another signature page in the closing documents?
Yes.
Can you go to 32, Scott? I'm sorry, let's go to 32. 32. Is that yet another signature page in the closing documents?
Yes.
And 33, Scott? Ms. Carrington, is that yet another notarized signature page in the closing documents?
It is.
Thanks, Scott. Ms. Carrington, based on your analysis, did Ms. Richins have the ability to service the $3.2 million in debt when it came due in 6 months from closing?
She did not.
Scott, can I get 2-14, please?
By the way, remind me to never piss her off, because she comes in and she is professional. She's poised. She's able to answer the questions. I just, she might actually be my favorite witness so far, because she's just like, she is who Kouri Richins wishes she could be. And like, she is a badass. She's just yeah.
Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
It's an email string between Matt Strong and Kouri Richins that was returned pursuant to a prosecution subpoena from Sierra West Capital and Matt Strong.
And does this email string in part discuss how much money Kouri Richins estimated would be required to finish the Midway Mansion? We can scroll through it.
Yes. This is the one where she's asking him to loan her the earnest money, the $50,000 for the project.
In part, yes.
Right.
The state moves to admit 2-14.
No objection.
2-14 is admitted.
Scott, can you publish the part you had highlighted on our screens?
Scott, let me know when you're ready. Okay.
May give.
Yes, Paul Benson knows his stuff. He's selling a Park City property right now for $42 million, and he got 5 offers in the first week. Insane! Exclamation mark. Yes, so this property is buying at 2.9 million, and then 3 million in reno. ARV 16 million. Absolutely insane numbers. Someone is going to make a killing on this. That's where I need your help. Thoughts, ideas? Realistically, obviously, I don't have $3 million for renovations. Coming up with the 2.9 million is going to be challenge enough. So what should I do with this? Do you think I should wholesale it at county assessed price? Do you think I should close on it, get it dried in, windows, doors, maybe exterior, and then sell it to someone to finish it? Do you want to partner on it and do something with it? Honestly, I'm open to any and all ideas with this one. It's definitely out of my league, but the margins are so insane that I had to pick it up and then figure it out. Ha ha! Exclamation marks. Help, all caps, and then 4 exclamation marks. Let's do something with it. Just not sure what! Exclamation mark. Maybe your Heber guy would want to buy it as is from me and have it remodeled with MCC, double close, or assign it over to him. Maybe he just wants to invest in it. Honestly, I just don't know with this one. Ha ha, caps. Something is there, just finding the right direction to go with it. With the 50K, if you can make it work, awesome! Exclamation mark. If you can't, that's fine too! Exclamation mark. You do what you're comfortable doing. Numbers are tight on this one, so thought it might be or maybe a challenge, but for real, if you can't make it work, that's totally fine! Exclamation mark. Just let me know. Smiley face. I attached the contract here if you want to read through it! Exclamation mark. So I have a piece of leather in my garage, and I bought that piece of leather for like $150. And I was like, I'm going to make something awesome with it. And I still haven't figured out what I'm going to make with it. And that's $150 worth of leather. That is not a $3 million spend on credit. And not just credit, but like the kind of credit that is basically like inviting a time bomb into your house. Because this is the kind of credit where if you don't pay it off in time, then suddenly you get hit with penalties. You get the interest rate jumps from like from high to like credit card debt levels. This is insanity. She's like, somebody's going to make a whole pile of money on it, so I might as well dive in before I have any fucking clue about how to do that. This seems like the financial equivalent of going, it would be awesome if I could fly, so I'm just going to jump off a cliff and work out how to do the flying part on the way down. Yeah.
Us to $3 million to renovate the Midway Mansion?
Objection, Your Honor. That's not consistent with what he just admitted.
It's a different question. Can you please restate it? Make sure we're listening to the question that he asked. If you'd say it again.
Ms. Carrington, based upon your financial analysis, did Ms. Richins have or have access to $3 million for renovations of the Midway Mansion?
It's not that I,
Hold on. What was your objection?
Same objection, Your Honor. He's misstating what's in front of him as far as the evidence.
His question does not relate to this. Any other objections?
He's like, my response to your objection is that your objection is stupid. Do you have a less stupid objection? He's like, no, sir. Okay, then on to not dumb things.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Not that I'm aware of.
Thanks, Scott. Ms. Carrington, did you investigate or try to trace any money flowing to the Midway Mansion project once Kouri Richins closed on it?
I did look, yes.
Did you find any money flowing to that project?
I did not find any money flowing to that project. There's one that is a maybe.
Okay.
But no, nothing significant.
What's the maybe?
It's in the neighborhood of about $3,000, I think. It's in that, the reason it's a maybe, is that your question? The reason it's a maybe is it's during that time frame, and it's to an entity that, and I'm sorry, I really can't remember which entity, but there's one that I thought might relate to this project, looking for, what she usually does when she acquires a project, she moves forward. And so I'm thinking she probably does the same thing here. There's one that I recall fits that category, but it's minimal.
So at most, she, as best you can tell, invested maybe $3,000 into the Midway Mansion.
That's correct.
Did you investigate whether Kouri Richins tried to sell the Midway Mansion?
Yes.
Did she?
Yes, she did.
When?
She listed the property on March 12th of 2022, so the week following her acquisition of it.
This is the other thing that just baffles me. Like, she buys this property that's been on the market for fucking forever, right? This property was on the market when, like, Moses was stumbling down a mountain with tablets in his arms. And so she finally buys this property, and then she thinks that without doing any work on it, she can just resell it at a profit for more money than she spent on it. And it's like, how? How does this make any sense? No one else was buying it. You bought it. Then you think somebody else is just going to, like, magically appear who wants to spend more money than you bid out any other buyers with? What? Okay. It's a financial idea, and Kouri had lots of financial ideas.
That's also a week and a day following Eric Richins' death, right?
That's true.
Did Kouri Richins ever sell the property?
She did not.
What ultimately happened to the property?
After 12 offers that were made and canceled for one reason or another, actually, let me restate that, please. After, I believe there are 7 or 8 that were offered before her note was due. And then after that, she continued to try to sell it unsuccessfully. And at some point, the lender, Matt Strong, foreclosed or recorded a notion. He recorded a document, notice of default and election to sell. So basically started the foreclosure process.
And did the 12 failed contracts all fail during the diligence period?
Yes, they did.
So here's the thing. This mansion was left, like, abandoned. And because it was left abandoned, it would have been occupied by, like, homeless people who would have, spray painted on it. Vandals probably would have gone through and, like, crapped in the corners. And whoop, I almost fell on my ass there. It apparently had water damage on the inside. It had animals living in the ducts. It had all these things, right? It also had required flood mitigation or required wetland stuff with the Army Corps of Engineers, which means that it required draining some wetlands. And the problem with wetlands is that if you don't intend to keep the wetlands as wetlands, then it becomes a real issue, because you either have to keep the wetlands as wetlands, or you have to wetland an equivalent amount of property. And that's only if you can get permission. So basically, in order to de-wetland this, they would have to go to the Army Corps of Engineers, get permission to take an equivalent amount of land and de-wetland it, and wetland that non-wetland land, at which point, and so people were backing the hell out. This was a boondoggle. Like, this was an absolute white elephant property. What it really should have done is gone to somebody who just wanted to hunt that land and was fine with it staying wetlands, and just knock down the house and just left it as wetland so that they could go and hunt deer and moose and whatever else on it. That's what this property should have gone for. Yeah. How do you wetland a land? Lots of expense, lots of work. It's not easy. So, yeah.
In the months leading up to Eric Richins' death, what categories of assets did Kouri Richins have?
Categories of assets that Kouri Richins had. She owned several properties. So that's one class of assets. She had financial accounts, and those were various balances.
On March the 5th, 2022, immediately after closing on the Midway Mansion, what was the value of Kouri Richins' assets?
Including the new property, was about 6.3 or 6.4 million.
In the months leading up to Eric Richins' death, what categories of liabilities did Kouri Richins have?
So liabilities are things that she owes. So she had a loan on the properties, each of the properties that she owned, and each of those was more than the property was worth. She also had all those payday loans that we've talked about. And she also had different lines of credit that were, by and large, all maxed out. Not just the HELOC, but also she had some personal lines of credit associated with her checking accounts. Those were all maxed out. And she also had credit cards that had high balances.
On March the 5th, 2022, immediately after closing on the Midway Mansion, what was the amount of Kouri Richins' liabilities?
Right about $8 million.
So netting that out, on March
$8 million in liabilities is the kind of thing that is only good news if you are like Elon Musk.
the 5th, 2022, after closing on the Midway Mansions, what was Kouri Richins' net worth?
She was in the hole. She was negative 1.6 million.
Womp womp. Womp womp. This one is an interesting question. If you were to play EverQuest, what class would you choose? I have never played EverQuest, so I don't know what classes are available. What colors would you play in Magic the Gathering? I have played Magic the Gathering. I have played decks of all colors, basically. So I'm not sure what I would do if I were to get back into it, but I'm not going to get back into it. I can't do that. So yeah, just the concept of that much debt is giving me a heart attack. Absolutely. 100%. 100%. Okay, so that is basically the financial catastrophe. And so let us jump to here. We're going to jump to the cross. And
0139.
Spoiler alert, the cross doesn't go much better than Kouri Richins' finances did.
May we invite the jury in, please?
Okay, that one's good enough. I think it's the same. Thank you.
Please have a seat. Thank you. All right, folks, have a seat. Thank you. Ms. Carrington, you're still under oath.
Yes.
Ms. Nestor, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good afternoon, Ms. Carrington.
Good afternoon, Ms. Nestor.
You and I have known each other for some time. Is that
We have.
accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay. So I'd like to talk to you about how you got involved in this case. Is it fair to say that you were brought into this case by the gentleman who was working as a private investigator for the trust for the estate?
Absolutely, yes.
And his name is Todd Gabler, correct?
That is correct.
And Mr. Gabler is also someone you've known for a really long time.
I have. Professionally, yeah.
Right. Well, of course. I should have said that. I'm sorry. And you guys even share office space, or did at one point?
No, never.
I thought you did. Sorry. And so initially, when you were brought into this case, Eric Richins' family was really your boss in the matter.
I wouldn't look at it that way. I was hired by their attorney, Crystal Bowman Carter, after Kouri initiated the lawsuit. That's when I came in.
But the work you were doing was designed to assist Eric Richins' family in the litigation. Fair?
Fair, yes.
All right. And during
Yeah, there was a lawsuit. So they hired a forensic accountant to figure out what the fuck, right?
the time that you were working for the family or the estate or the trust, did you also do some witness interviews with Mr. Gabler?
No.
You didn't go to any interviews of witnesses with him?
No, I did not go to any with him. No, I don't think so. No, I didn't.
And then at some point,
I don't know why they're focusing on Carrie, Richins. I'm forgetting her name now. Yeah, she's making stink face. She has every reason to be pissed off at being here. She's got every reason to be pissed off. Or Katie, yes, Katie. I'm totally blanking on her name. I don't know why. Like, she's got every reason to be pissed here. No shit, she's pissed off. Stop focusing on her. She's not relevant here.
you stopped, sounds like your work kind of trickled off for the estate or the trust when they got a new lawyer, right?
Right. I've known that firm for a long time, and I'm usually on the other side. So they use other people for their forensic accounting. And so I was not surprised when the estate got, when the trust, the estate got new lawyers, that they didn't adopt me as well, which is fine.
This is really unfair, this comment. Kouri Richins, I think this is supposed to be Kouri Richins, has the business acclimates of a turnip. She clearly doesn't understand on buy low, sell high. This is really unfair to turnips because there's a lot of turnips out there. There are many, many turnips out there. So many turnips. And just about every turnip that I am aware of is currently sitting at a net worth of $0, which means that the turnips are $1.6 million worth of financial sense better than Kouri Richins. Kouri Richins wishes she had the business acumen of a turnip because the turnips are blowing her out of the water and just absolutely killing her financially. The turnips get the prize. Like, absolutely.
That's okay. Yeah. And then how is it that you became associated with the prosecution team?
I don't know how that happened.
They reached out to you?
They did.
And are you aware of whether Todd Gabler recommended you?
I have no idea.
And Mr. Bloodworth asked you on direct. He mentioned that they've retained you at your normal rate. Is that right?
That's correct.
So it looks like you've done quite a bit of work.
I have done a lot of work.
Binders worth of work.
Yes.
And so how much have you been paid by the state or by the county?
I don't know exactly, but it's probably about $200,000, which is a lot.
All right.
I mean, you always make this argument of the state is paying, like the other side is paying you a fuck ton of money. The thing is, they got a forensic accountant to go through Kouri Richins' shit for $200,000. That's actually a bargain for forensic accountants. So, I mean, if I was the state in this case, and I was, and I had got this expert for 200 grand to do like the amount of work she did, yeah, absolutely worth it. Deal. So it's a lot of money, but it's also like deal.
All right, now I want to talk to you a little bit before we get into details about it, the nature of the house flipping business.
Okay.
I think you talked a little bit about this on direct, but the idea of someone who's in the business of flipping houses is you want to buy a property that appears to you to be undervalued for sale. Is that fair?
Well, you want to get a good deal on. Is that what you mean?
Sure.
Yes.
So you look for something that maybe is a little below the value of the property.
Fair enough. Yes.
I mean, ideally, what flippers are looking for is properties that have a lot of superficial shit that is pushing the value down, and that stuff they can easily fix. A guy who was a client of mine did some flipping at one point, and one of the places that one of the things that he was saying was the greatest thing he ever got was a house that was for sale, and it was for sale for some high price. And while it was for sale, somebody came in and stole all of the appliances and all like a bunch of those things, right? And because of that, because it was now missing all of the like basic appliances, and like, you know, they did things like damage the countertops and like, you know, graffitied the walls and so forth. Because of that, it made it very difficult to sell to an ordinary person. And so it went for way low value. But all it needed was new appliances, new countertops, new paint on the walls, and then he was able to sell it. That's the kind of thing flippers are looking for. The thing is that house flipping is basically screwed now for a number of reasons. One, all of this stuff that you need for flipping it, like the countertops, all of this, the prices have gone up. The price of labor has gone up. The other thing is that everybody knows about house flipping now. And so all of the house flippers, when they see a house go on the market, they basically bid themselves out of existence because they bid so close to the margins that it makes it very difficult for house flippers. House flippers are struggling now. And there's a lot more, at least in my area, of people who want to knock a house down. If I were to sell my house right now, it would not be bought by a flipper. It would be bought by somebody who would knock the place down and then build a new place, on the ashes. So, also, I see we didn't quite make the goal, but it's the second time we tried the goal. So we're going to open the Tom Collins. So, yeah.
And the idea is you do just a little bit of rehabbing, right? You don't want to sink a ton of money into it or you're going to not make a profit.
Well, it depends, right? It depends. I mean, it depends on where where it's located and what's the upside. Miss Richins' properties spanned a lot of those. Some of them were very small, easy fixes and flips. And then like the one that we were talking about, the Mill Creek project, that was enormous. The Provo project was enormous. So it could be any of the above.
Sure. But if you want to make money, the goal is to do as little rehabbing as you need to flip the property. Is that fair?
I think that's fair. Sure.
Which is why you would never buy a property that was on wetlands for flipping, right? Flipping on wetlands is noodle doodle.
And as I would say, put a little spit and polish on it and then get it ready for sale, right?
Fair enough.
Okay.
The problem is that she's putting a little shit and polish on it, and then she's losing money. What is it? What am I drinking? I am drinking a Tom Collins in a can. It is tolerable.
And then the goal is to flip it as quickly as you can for more than you paid for it.
That's correct.
And enough more that it covers whatever you paid to spit and polish it.
That's the idea.
All right. And the nature of this business is the goal is to hold that property for as short a time as you possibly can before you flip it.
Absolutely, especially because of the way the financing works.
Right. And let's talk about that.
Okay.
So because the goal is only to hold that property for just a really short time, you often use what are called hard money lenders, right?
That is true.
And we did hear you talk about that on direct, but just as a quick refresh, because I think that was 20 years ago, the hard money lenders lend money without all of the formalities that a bank requires to lend money, right?
For example, that is correct. For example, the underwriting process is almost nil.
And to sound really kind of juvenile about it, it's basically wealthy people that are willing to loan you money short term for a short period of time at a super high interest rate, right?
Right. And they assume the risk of that. And in exchange, they have very strict zero tolerance default clauses that make a loan just skyrocket in cost and interest if it's not met, if those terms are not met.
And the reason for that is this is a risky business. Yes? For both sides.
I'd say
It's not a risky business for both sides. The bank always wins. It's a risky business for the flipper. The banks are very careful to make sure that all of the risk is sitting on the flipper, because that is how they want it to be, right? So yeah.
I'd say it's risky for the borrower.
And for the lender, because they're not putting someone through all the vetting that a bank would. They're just trusting them that they're going to show back up in 90 days and pay them off.
But you're missing a key piece. They secure that property with their trust deed, so they've secured their collateral.
Totally fair.
Right, because if you don't pay it back, the bank takes the land. And, then they get to sell it.
That's absolutely right. So riskier for the person that's doing the flipping than for the hard money lenders.
Yes.
But the hard money lenders generally do not expect to get paid monthly payments in between when they loan the money and when they get paid back. Fair?
Well, it depends. And I think that's usually a true statement. Kouri Richins had most of her loans that were like that were 6-month balloons. There was nothing expected. In fact, when the subpoenas went out, I expected to get all these ledgers back, and nobody has a ledger because they didn't care. They just knew when the balloon was due, and they were going to get their money or their property.
Exactly right.
Miss Richins had 3 property. Well, she had 2 lenders that had monthly payments.
And because of what you just said, the hard money lenders have what we call a promissory note, just a promise that if I don't pay you like I promise on this note, you can get the value, you can get the property and sell it yourself and recoup your money, right?
Yeah, there's a promissory note on any kind of a loan.
So when you put all those loans up there, they're backed by the collateral, the house.
Can you clarify which loans they put up where?
Sure. And that was a broad statement. So
I just want to make sure we're talking about because the loans I put up there are the payday loans, and those are different.
I'm talking about the hard money lenders.
Okay.
When you showed some notes, for example, where I think Matt Strong paid a couple $1 million on one property. Somebody else paid $300,000 on another property. All those loans were backed by the property. They were totally secured.
For the first position lender, they're totally secured. The others are secured with the property, with the caveat that they are in second, third, and fourth position. For example,
Okay, let's talk about positioning in bankruptcies and whatever, right? There is a priority list. So let's imagine I go bankrupt, right? I just, it happens. And so all of the people I owe money to would basically, it gets divided up. Or let's imagine you work for, here's an example. My mom, once upon a time, Mama Runkle, was working for a company. And the company said, hey, we have some payroll issues. We are asking for everybody to not take their paycheck, but we'll owe you the paycheck. Like, we will pay you the paycheck as soon as, sometime in a couple of weeks. But we're asking you to voluntarily just accept the no pay night right now. And most people said, okay, we're going to, we'll trust you. You know what Mama Runkle said? She said, fuck you, pay me. And then she looked for work and she got another job and she was out of there. She took the money and she bailed. She was like, pay me my salary. And then she got out of there. She went to another job. You know what happened to that company? Well, obviously the company went bankrupt, right? Now, all of those workers who were owed those paychecks were in the priority list for getting paid. But they were not first priority. First priority was secured lenders. And then after that, unsecured lenders in order of typically bankruptcies pay out the unsecured lenders in order of biggest loan to smallest loans. Like biggest liabilities to smallest liabilities. So the people who were owed like $15,000 for, their paycheck, they were so far down the list that they were so far down the list that they never ever got paid, and they were just shit out of luck, right? So, let's imagine this house. If I take out a loan for the entire value of this house, and then I take out a second loan on this house for the entire value of this house, somehow banks would never do that, and then I couldn't pay off the loan, one of those banks is getting screwed, right? So, yeah.
Midway House, the Legacy Way House, the second, third, and fourth position lenders did not recoup any of their funds on that.
Well, we'll get to that in a minute.
Okay.
But if Kouri were to default on a promissory note and they went after the property and took it and sold it, Kouri would owe zero because they would have recouped their note from the sale of the property.
That's true. She'd owe zero and she would have made zero.
Right, but she'd owe zero.
That's true. That's true. Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry. It's probably, she would probably owe zero. I don't know. They could go after her for the residual. I don't know of a situation where that happened here, but.
Okay. Did you?
So this is also a question that depends on the legalities in different areas. In some places, mortgages are such that so let's imagine I buy a $100,000 property, right? And then I stop paying for the $100,000 property. But in the meantime, the value of land has tanked. And so the value of the, the value of the land has, has crashed. And so the property's now only worth $75,000, right? So depending on jurisdiction and how the laws are, some places say that the bank's recourse is to take the land back and that's it. That kills the loan, right? And so the bank is out the $25,000 and sucks to be them. Some other places, different jurisdictions, some places say that the bank loaned you $100,000, they got back $75,000 off the mortgage, and then you still owe $25,000. So it is something worth knowing if you are buying land and taking out mortgages and so forth. And I don't know what it is in your jurisdiction because I don't know where you live. And I do kind of like knowing where people live, but I'm not trying to offer anybody specific legal advice. It's just there are things there. So, yeah.
Do any analysis of the average length of time Kouri held the properties before she would flip them?
No.
Okay.
I do know about every property, but I haven't compiled that into a schedule.
Right. Did you mentioned you interviewed, I believe, some of the hard money lenders. Is that right?
That's right.
And prior to let's do this. Prior to Eric's death, every one of those hard money lenders got their money back from properties they gave to Kouri, or properties that they lent money to Kouri on, correct?
Let me think about that. Prior to Eric's death.
Yes.
No,
that's a dangerous question because the answer is almost certainly going to be no, right? The lawyer fucks up here.
that's not true. There's one of our early projects. I think it's Casperville, where she ended up $28,000 in the hole
Okay.
on that project. So she walked away with no buyer proceeds from that, and that was not a successful project. And I haven't looked to analyze who got what, but that would be a situation where not everybody got their money back.
Do you know whether she made them whole with her own funds or in some other way?
I have not seen anything that reflects anything like that.
So you don't.
There is no way she paid them back. Come on, be serious.
know.
I don't know. No.
Okay. So except for one occasion, on all these other deals that were done before Eric's death, all the hard money lenders got their money back from the deals they did with Kouri, plus interest.
I would say that's probably true, but I may come up with another one. I try not to deal in absolutes.
Only a Sith deals in absolutes.
Right now, I want to talk about these bank accounts.
Okay.
And I appreciate that you were trying to, excuse me. Sorry. I appreciate that you were trying to track insufficient funds, things that popped back. I call them in my parlance bounced checks. That's what I know them as and have done. When you were tracking these, did you ever go back and see how or if or when they were made whole?
They weren't made whole.
Okay. So the bank continued to keep open accounts where $300,000 worth of checks were bounced. And you're saying there's no resolution of that on either side. The bank that sent it, the bank that got it. It's just, they just let her continue to have checking accounts where she bounced over $300,000 in checks.
So can I answer your question with a description? So the Navy Federal accounts really never had any significant money in there at any time that I looked at. So there was no like deposit that came in 2 days later that just missed. It just, there was never an attempt to try and cure that check on the Navy Federal side.
Let me stop you right there. Did you ever follow up and find out if Kouri made the person she wrote the checks to whole with another check out of another account in another way?
Well, we're talking about a couple different things.
Isn't it true that you can't prove a negative as to whether they were paid? That's really what this is coming down to. Isn't it possible somewhere she paid them? It's like, well, there's no record of that. Isn't it possible she like threw a bag of cash through their vent? Isn't it possible she disguised herself as, one of their workers, hitman, style, snuck in and left a duffel bag full of money in somebody's office? It's like, okay, cool.
Checks that I'm talking about are the ones that she wrote to herself.
Okay.
She's the payee. So then, can I come back to that question? I'm trying to answer the prior one. Okay. So on the Navy Federal side, no, there was never an attempt to cure that.
Okay, but wait, stop right there. On the Navy Federal account, she was writing checks to herself.
That's right.
So did you track whether she actually put money in the account where she put the hot check, as I would say, to cover it later?
Well, and that's what I'm getting to. Okay. So she writes a set of checks.
And I was like, wait a minute, she's writing checks to herself? So she's kiting checks? This is a whole problem. Ooh.
To herself, and they get deposited into either the K. Richins Realty 6577 or that Kouri 5244. Those checks go in, and eventually, so they're returned unpaid by the bank, and so that makes the balance go way in the hole.
Sure.
Eventually, there are funds that go back to the account.
That's my point.
And my understanding of how banks work, banks and credit unions, they work, in answer to your question or your wondering about why would they allow her to continue going if she's bouncing all these checks. Financial institutions don't look at just this account or just the accounts by this person. They look at the relationship. And so we've also got Eric and C&E Masonry and whatever else. And so they will look at it from a business point of view. They don't want to kick her out because they've got another account that is making them money or is being dealt with.
They're like, okay, she is shitty, but she's tied to the giant bag of money. And so we don't want to fuck her over because it might make the giant bag of money upset. Now, I mean, to a certain extent, this is kind of good for the defense because the defense can be like, look, the only thing keeping her going is the giant bag of money. So why would she want to murder the giant bag of money? I mean, it's not the dumbest argument they've made so far. It's like fighting for it, but it's not the dumbest argument.
Differently. So that's the answer to your question, why they wouldn't just cease and desist and kick her out of the bank.
Because somewhere in these accounts, there's enough to cover these bounce checks, or they would shut that down.
The way you're stating that is not correct, and that's not what I just said.
Okay.
They will look at the totality of the relationship, and they want to honor that relationship. There's not a scenario in which they would dip into C&E's account to pay Kouri Richins or K. Richins Realty's checks.
Because that would also be crime, right? The thing is there is so much money with C&E and Eric that, yeah. The thing is that her entire life was basically, how do I put this? She put her dick in a blender. She attached that blender to a clock, and it's not quite sure when the blender's going to turn on, but at some point the blender's going to turn on and she's going to have a bad day. So she did not have a plan for how to get her dick out of the blender and maybe murder.
So that's an important distinction of where I would quibble with what you're explaining.
Okay. I never saw anywhere in your myriad of check statements that we went through that there was one where she was a negative $300,000. So those checks were covered. Yes?
No, they weren't. Okay. No. Could I please explain what the negative 300,000 is? So it's a simple exercise where I looked at the bank account statements and I just added up the transactions that she tried to pay. And not all of those were paid. A lot of those were returned unpaid. So I'm not making any judgment call. I'm not making any conclusion other than looking at that K. Richins Realty account 6577. That is what she tried to pay unsuccessfully without a fee.
And then other funds went into that account subsequently.
Right.
Every time.
Well, eventually, yeah.
Okay. That's
Yes.
it. All right. Now, I also noticed when you're putting up all these accounts, I didn't see any of Eric's. Did you analyze how much money Eric had?
I did look at their family account, and their family account, when I'm looking at an account, it's really easy to try and get kind of a cadence or an understanding of how that account is used and the characteristics of that account. The family account, as opposed to the K. Richins Realty and Kouri's personal account, was consistent. It always had a balance. That's where Eric's paycheck went in.
Let me stop you right there.
Mm-hmm.
Apart from Eric's paycheck, where else did all the money from the family account come from, apart from Eric's paycheck?
There were distributions that came in from Eric's work, and there were occasionally, I know you've asked me this question before, and Kouri Richins did not put more money into that account than Eric Richins did.
Did she put a lot of money into that account?
She did put a lot of money into it, yes.
And that account was used for family, for paying mortgage, for paying trips, all their personal expenses, right?
Not all of them, but that is the family account. That's where the kids' expenses were paid. Not all credit cards were paid from there because not all credit cards were family credit cards.
And Kouri was regularly contributing to that account out of her business accounts.
I would not agree with that statement.
Okay. So we know Eric's paid.
Okay. All right.
Paycheck goes into the family account.
That's
what
right.
about the other accounts you mentioned for Eric? You said Eric had a separate account.
There was a personal checking account, and I had reviewed that initially. It looked like it was squarely Eric's account, and the 5244 was squarely Kouri's personal account, and so I kind of set those aside. She used her personal account for her personal expenses, and he used his for things that appeared to be his.
And you do not know the arrangements that Kouri Richins and Eric Richins had as a couple about when they would make money available to each other, did you?
I don't.
Okay, so how much money was in Eric's personal account?
Habitually, there was enough to pay whatever was attempted to be paid from it. I know that my recollection is it had, 10,000, 20,000, something like that. I don't recall it bouncing checks, and I don't recall it going into the negative.
Okay, but you did not provide that to the jury to review in terms of assets that were out there for this family.
Objection, Your Honor.
Based on,
Your Honor, can we approach?
of course.
To be clear, we have not seen today in the multiple hours of your direct anything about that account that Eric had.
No, that's correct.
And you also mentioned you looked into C&E accounts.
That's right.
And C&E is the name of Eric's business.
Eric and Cody, right, his business partner.
Right. And that's where he kept his business profits, correct?
They kept theirs, yes.
Okay. And I didn't see those accounts today. We haven't talked about how much Eric was worth while he was alive, have we?
No, Kouri didn't have any control or access to the C&E account.
You understand they're married.
I understand that they're married, but that is not, that's a business account that was shared between two business partners.
Just because they're married doesn't mean she can start looting C&E. Fuck off. Okay. Sorry.
So she bought it in March of 22. I think it's a year and a half.
Better. 18 months later, they made
Somewhere like that.
about $500,000 in profit.
No. Because they bought it from themselves.
Okay. What was the
So this is the argument she's trying to make. She's trying to make that it was not stupid to buy this land.
Haters that this was coming one way or another.
If Kouri had been able to stay till the very bitter end when the sale was made, they would have made $1.5 million?
No, nowhere close.
What did you just say they sold it for?
He sold it. He sold the note. So this,
Not the note. What did they sell the house?
but this is part of the transaction. Okay. He sold the note to the current owner.
This is the problem. Defense thinks she is a moron. Defense thinks she's a chuckle fuck. And so defense is trying to play her to say something that isn't the case. And this witness is not going to let that happen. This witness is smarter than the defense. So the defense is like, well, this property ultimately sold for, over $3 million. And she's like, no, they sold the note and then they sold the property to themselves. It's not a market price.
So what that meant is he sold the rights to collect on this debt from Kouri Richins. And at the time, he sold that for $3.7 million. And then it went into the trustee sale because it was foreclosed. And the Harns, the current owners, paid $3.4 million for that property.
So the current owners that live in it now bought that property for $3.4 million about 2 years after Kouri bought it for $2.9.
Let me do the math. They bought it so she bought it in March of 22. I think it's a year and a half.
Better. 18 months later, they made
Somewhere like that.
about $500,000 in profit.
No. Because they bought it from themselves.
Okay. What was the purchase price that it was ultimately sold for?
$3.4 million, but they bought it from themselves.
I understand.
She, the lawyer, really doesn't want her to add, but they bought it from themselves. And the witness is not letting her get away with that. Yeah.
Do you know the condition of the property when they bought it for $3.4 million?
I do.
Okay. Had they rehabbed it?
No.
So they hadn't done anything to it and they sold it for $3.4.
And they also hadn't dealt with the Armored Corps of Engineers.
So had they been able to do all that, it would have realistically sold for more.
Okay, let me understand your question. If it's completed, finished, and all the issues with the wetlands and having to grow the new plants and all that stuff, if that's all, I would think it's worth more.
Okay. Now, you're here today to give a snapshot of a financial condition at a certain moment in time, right?
No.
Okay, let me rephrase it. You're here to look back.
Yeah.
Backwards at Kouri Richins' financial situation, right?
Could you please restate that? And
We're
what
here-
time frame are you looking?
Backwards, the past.
From
We're here-
today?
From today, backwards from today, you are here to evaluate in the past what Kouri
Yes.
Richins' financial
Okay,
situation
no
was.
projections for the future.
Correct.
Okay, yes.
But certainly, and you're here to do that, to come up with your conclusion that at the time that Eric died, she was financially, I believe your words were, in distress. That's your conclusion.
Yes.
Okay. And certainly you would agree with me that every single person who's in financial distress does not opt for a solution of murder to fix their distress.
Objection.
Is that fair?
So what she's asking the witness is, not everyone who owes money commits murder, right? Okay, we've achieved a dunk. But that doesn't mean that, like, money isn't a popular motivation for murder. Right? Come on. Okay.
Objection, Mr. Bloodworth.
Speculation.
Sustained.
Okay.
I mean, the objection could have just been stupid. Objection, dumb.
If in fact Ms. Richins was in financial distress, that does not, you're not here to say she killed her husband, are you?
That's for the jury to decide. I am not making
The witness is like, I'm not going to say that. The jury's going to say that.
any conclusion about that at all.
Because you don't have any knowledge about that at all.
Well, that's
Objection, Your Honor.
Answered. Sustained.
Do you have any knowledge personally about whether or not on the night of March 3rd, Eric Richins voluntarily ingested
Ms. Mistrial.
fentanyl?
The judge is like, this, you can't. Like, were you personally there at the murder? I'd be like, objection relevance. This witness is not called as an eyewitness. There is no fucking relevance here. The judge is just like, come on. Come on.
Asked and answered.
That question that I just asked?
When she said she doesn't know anything about that, she meant she doesn't know anything about that.
The lawyer being like, okay, I guess. Look at this guy. This guy in the on the right there, the sheriff, the bailiff, he will have watched a lot of trials, and when he lowers his head and shakes his head, yeah. Now this is the other danger. I would have been like, are you sure you want me to answer that? Because the witness could have said, do you want my opinion? Because if the witness says, do you want my opinion? Then you're in a tough spot. You either say yes, and she says, well, my opinion is that your client is a murderer. Or you say no, and the witness says, okay. And the jury just hears, I didn't want the witness's opinion because the witness clearly thinks murder. Like, this part of the cross should not have happened. This part of the cross is Stupid Town. And, you know, you don't even want to visit Stupid Town, let alone live there. And she is buying a $3 million wetland property in Stupid Town right now.
And nothing in all the 100 and some thousand pages that you reviewed, did you ever see any statement by Kouri Richins written down to anyone, to any of our investors, to anybody, saying, I know how I'm going to fix this problem. I'm going to kill my husband and then I'll have plenty of money?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you ever see any of that?
Overruled. Ms. Carrington, you can answer the question.
there's an email between her and Mount Strong where she talks about the inconvenience of being married.
It was the dumbest possible question, and she still gets busted on the dumb question that she thought was an easy layup.
Okay, that's So does that answer the question I just asked you?
You've asked, I'm not trying to create anything, but you said, is there anything that indicated anything? And, I don't talk like that.
So
She's coming at this witness with like these questions she thinks are easy layups. You don't know. And the witness is like, I don't talk like that. Holy shit. She's asking stupid questions. And the witness is just like, okay. Basically what she's doing is she's going to the witness like, you wouldn't stab me, would you? And the witness is like, and you see the bailiff there, he's having a great time because he's like, oh shit, I've never seen this before.
apart from an email that she sent saying it was inconvenient being married, have you ever seen any suggestion in anything in writing that Kouri's financial plan was to collect on life insurance and pay all this money off? Have you ever seen that?
To collect the life insurance to pay everything off? No.
Thank you.
Okay. Choices were made in that cross-examination. And there's a little bit of redirect, but the redirect, I mean, I don't think he really needed to do the redirect. Choices were made is the theme of that particular moment. Wow. That went well. This was supposed to be like the moment that she's like, she gets her big ending and then walks away. And the witness beat her. The witness beat her badly. The witness beat her brakes off. It was something. All right. This time I'm going to remember to read super chats before I switch witnesses and days. It's a me, Tony says, thanks. Now I want a Tom Collins too. Thanks as always for all the hard work. This one is merely okay. So, put that in part of your waiting, but I want to drink and celebrating my first time catching you live. Glad to have you here. Greetings from sunny San Diego. CA, quit your bleeding. Bloodworth is going to get you. Yes. San Diego, California. That's right. This Tom Collins is okay. It's all right. Susan says, enjoy your drink. Thank you so much. Radio Man says, am I doing goals correctly? I'm not sure. If you didn't click the goals button, it may not have counted. Joy W says, donation for either cut reducing razor or new keyboard. Vez has said that she is threatening to get me a cut reducing razor. So Mary Matilda May, some bail money for poor Bob, who can't seem to stay out of trouble. You're not wrong. We need some Bob merch, Runkle. I might have to make Bob merch. And Belle Feinstein, you deserve one. I've seen today's testimony. I almost grabbed a drink. Today wasn't a bad. Today I thought was kind of fun. About an hour behind. Hope to catch up soon. Here's to the goal because gin is the best of all the liquors. The thing I like about gin is that no two gins are the same. Random unbranded commenter. If Kouri gets convicted, I no longer blame her. I blame this god-awful disaster of an attorney. She ruins every cross she does on every critical witness. I also blame Kouri. Law-abiding rebel, cheers. Hope Mrs. Runkle is feeling better. Mrs. Runkle is having a bit of a day, and quite frankly, part of it is my fault. I was supposed to take out the trash last night, and I got shit happened, and I'm not trying to offer any excuses, but I forgot. And so Mrs. Runkle had to do it in the morning, and she was like, why? And I was like, my bad. So I'm trying to figure out a way to make that up to her because my bad. So yeah, it's like shit. I screwed that up. But she's feeling more healthy, and as a result of feeling more healthy, she's off doing Girl Guide stuff. So I guess RIP. Tough Cookie says this super chat brought to you by a credit card, but paid off each month. That is good because don't borrow money to send to me. So yeah. Nancy Druby says, enjoy your cocktail. You've been working hard. It's been a day. Pamela Wissenbach, cheers. Thank you. Ms. Kristen, or Mrs. Kristen, Runkle has the best catch-up after work recaps. I like doing the recaps. Shannon's, thank you for the gifted membership. Much appreciated. Living Like a Cat, thank you for the super sticker. Casey Cat 1, I'm way behind because EDB, but ruffle Mao. Glad to see you. Jody Callahan, today started with Recovery Addict Live, then EDB, and now here. Can't get enough of the truth with different personalities. Everybody's got their own style, and you can find the one that works for you. Kristen M96, I regret that I'm too old to go from normal accountant to badass forensic accountant. I mean, normal accountant is cool too, but I could never do it. Honk Banana No, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Benno Hawk, as someone who grew up in Edmonton, that's fair. Honk Banana No, here I'll cover the outstanding Tom Collins goal balance. I have had many whiskeys. Catch up, Slaint. Thank you. Victorine, goal. Thank you. Jody Callahan, teal is the new something. Is this teal? I don't think that's teal. Equality, 40 months. Thank you so much, Equality. Good to see you. Lady Fang, get a drink. The cringe is coming. It's bad. You're not wrong. Equality says, I'm a CPA student and want to do forensic accounting, but there's no forensic accounting department in the small accounting firm I work for. I want to be like this witness when I grow up. The key thing is to be like this witness and also never grow up. That's the way to be. Random unbranded commenter, this absolute disaster just on my short, never hire under any circumstances list above Janet, Benji, and Bowles. At least they could be ineffective assistance of counseled. Bowles was not ineffective assistance of counseled. I don't think she will be either. I'm not going to comment on Janet or Benji today. So yeah, I don't think Janet or Benji has ever been IAC'd, which, so in fairness to Janet and Benji, I don't think either of them have ever been found to be ineffective assistance of counsel. So yeah. And there have been circumstances where good lawyers in Canada have been found to be ineffective assistance of counsel because, Canada has different standards than the US. And so Canada will find ineffective assistance of counsel on some mistakes that otherwise that the US would not find would be ineffective assistance of counsel. Future Past says, we need a book of Ianisms. People have been calling them Runkleisms, and I make a calendar each year for Extra Life, and I include Runkleisms in the calendar. The other thing I'm going to do, if it's, I'm going to drop my Extra Life, my Extra Life profile here, because I fundraise for Extra Life. They're doing something this month where if a certain amount is raised this month, they will send me a thing. So you don't have to donate if you don't want to, but I'm dropping the link just in case you do. All right. So Shannon, thank you so much. Much appreciated. Phoenix Fire, thank you for being a member. Greatly appreciated. And Dreaming by Day, forgive me if he asked before, but how are they going to introduce the walk the dog letter if they cannot hint she's been in jail? I think they just introduce it as a letter that she wrote. And yeah. And people are saying I need to pin it. Let me try to pin it. Pin message. Last time I tried to pin a message, I accidentally demodded Against the Tide. Just trying to, hit that. So, all right. Now we are going to day 8. Day 8 has a large number of witnesses, and a lot of the witnesses are easy to sum up. So yeah, and this is the thing. And this is part of why Runkle has so little income. Nearly all of it goes to various forms of charity. Being a good person really doesn't pay, at least not yourself, it would seem. I am fine with raising money for all of that. What do you call it? My goal for this year, it's a bit of a stretch goal, but my goal is to try to get the Extra Life fundraising to tick over to $500,000 lifetime fundraised. If I can tick over to $500,000 lifetime, fan freaking tastic, and I will throw some kind of party for that. So yeah, Laura Leanne, were you supposed to get a calendar? You didn't get a calendar? If so, we will. I will, send me an email. I will make sure you get it. The other thing I'm working on. This is a project I'm working on. I haven't got it done yet, but I am trying to work on a project to make a cookbook. And the cookbook is going to be Runkle style. If you've seen my ratatouille recipe, I will probably take the ratatouille recipe and just include that as it is. But the cookbook is going to be it's going to be Runkle style recipes for things I actually eat, like stuff I eat. Yeah, if you were supposed to get the calendar because you donated last year and you didn't, shoot me a message. I haven't been in the leather workshop in a while. I need to get back in there. But so the cookbook is going to be all Runkle style recipes, and that will be as a thing for people like a donation tier. So if you donate a certain amount, I will send you the cookbook and we're good. So yeah. Okay, so let's go on to day 8. And now day 8 starts off super quiet. I'm going to see if I can turn it up to Maximilian's. It is at 500%.
Richins. Counsel for the state is present. Counsel for the defendant.
So if you can't hear it, that I will try to repeat it.
Before we invite the jury in.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Lewis? No, Your Honor. All right. Let's invite the jury.
Duck in a blender is not in the book, but duck might be. Yeah, the audio is rough. It gets better later on. Yes, if you donated last year, you were supposed to get a calendar. If you didn't get one, it either went to your spam folder or you didn't give me your email address and I couldn't send things out. So, yeah. I will probably add hot sauce to taste because, yeah. Also, I still have stuff I got to mail out. Shit. All right, let's get the first witness. Yes, it is an emailed calendar. It's not a physical mailed calendar.
You will get
given the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury. Thank you.
I'm going to have a whole section on hot sauce recommendations. Love this judge. Judge is fantastic. Also, I love her hair. Her hair is awesome. Her hair is kind of funky. It's kind of cool. Her hair is different than like the average, so I love it.
Mr. Burmester, please proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Rogers, could you please state your full name and then spell your full name for the court?
Yes, LaShonda Rogers, LaShawanda, and Rogers is RODGERS.
Thank you.
Okay, so we can't hear her. So because, and this is Top Mark Media's feed. Because we can't hear her, I am going to sum her up. So this is LaShonda Rogers. She works for a life insurance policy. And she is, why do they call her? They call her to testify that the life insurance policy was changed from from the beneficiary being what's his name? Was it Clint or something else? To the C of C&E recipe and or C of C&E masonry. Sorry, I saw recipes in the chat there. Cody. She changed it from Cody to Kouri. And the reason why she did that is dumb. We're going to get to that. But that's basically what she says. What does defense do on cross? On cross, the defense is like, all you know, it was somebody with that email address and that password, but you don't know who was actually sitting behind the keyboard, which, I mean, fair enough. They don't know who was sitting behind the keyboard, but it's still like the jury is entitled to draw the inference if they want that it was actually Kouri Richins. So that sums up LaShonda Rogers. Nobody really made a whole lot of headway on her, I don't think.
For Ms. Rogers, so it's clear.
Thank you.
Yes. And this is what you're referring to, that they cannot log in with any other credentials besides what we have on record, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to jump past her. All right, we're going to go to this guy. This guy is much more important, even though he's talking about the same thing.
Recently got married and asked me if I could do some life insurance for him and his first wife.
Okay. Now you mentioned that situation. Did he buy some insurance from you at that time?
No, I don't think Emily shares the Baker Media feed, so I don't have access to that. Baker Media has access to the Baker Media feed. I don't think anybody else does.
Yes.
On himself?
And his wife.
Okay. And that was in 2007?
Right.
Okay. Did you subsequently come to know Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Have you met her before?
Yes.
On more than one occasion?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with C&E Masonry?
I am.
And did you do work for C&E Masonry?
I did.
Okay. Are you familiar with the term buy-sell agreement?
I am.
Could you briefly explain to the jury what a buy-sell agreement is? You don't have to go into great detail, but we're dealing here with a partnership, is that right?
Yes.
C&E is a partnership, Eric and Cody?
Yes.
And so what is a buy-sell agreement?
So this is important. There's a buy-sell agreement, and a buy-sell agreement is a critical thing for a lot of businesses. Let's.
The buy-sell agreement is an agreement that one or two or more partners will put together to protect from the partners dying, retiring, becoming disabled. It's a document that.
It also typically protects from partners who become disillusioned with each other. So let's talk a little bit about a buy-sell agreement. It is one of the things that if you are smart and you are getting a lawyer when you're setting up a business, the lawyer will say, if you've got a partnership, they will look at setting this up. So the buy-sell agreement will specify things like, let's imagine that Eric Richins was hit by a bus and dies, right? In that case, what would happen is that the buy-sell agreement would typically have the deceased partner must be bought out by the living partner, such that the living partner ends up with the entire company, but the deceased partner ends up with the cash, right? Similarly, if Eric Richins was hit by a bus and didn't die, but he's disabled, he's unable to continue work, the buy-sell agreement would have it that the insurance policy pays out to buy out Eric Richins because he's no longer able to be part of the company, such that the non-disabled partner ends up with all of the company, and the disabled partner ends up with cash, right? Which probably more useful to them at that point. But what is really common with partnerships? Really common that partners reach a point where they are not getting along and they dislike each other. So let's imagine that, like, me and Rob form a company. We're going to be, Elf Lumber, Incorporated. And so we form this company and we are partners. And for some reason, usually it's people fight over money. For some reason, we want to go our separate ways. What a buy-sell agreement often will provide is, like, let's say I want to get Rob out of the company. I'm like, Rob, you and I, this company is not big enough for the both of us. And so what I do is I tell Rob, like, okay, I'm going to offer you $1 million for your side of the company. And typically, if you make typically that offer ensures that the business will sell. And the way it does that is, like, I offer Rob $1 million for the company, right? For his side of the company. Rob typically at that point will have two options. Option number one, he takes the $1 million and he's out. He's gone. Done. That's option number one. Option number two is that Rob says, nope, not taking the $1 million, and that Rob instead gets to pay me the $1 million and buys me out. So typically the buy-sell agreement, when it contemplates the decline of a relationship, will include a clause that allows you to tell the other side, one of us is getting bought out. You're just choosing whether it's you or me. And so one side picks the offer, and this is, but the thing is that these terms include, with the life aspect, they include the life insurance. And the reason why they include the life insurance is because you might be in a position where you die and you are unable to buy the other side out. So you could lowball this. This is the thing. The way the buy-sell agreements are set up, you don't want to lowball. Let's say I go to Rob and I say, Rob, I'm going to buy you out for $1. Rob can say, nope, I am not being bought out for $1, but I'm buying you out for that $1. And so by lowballing Rob, I have fucked myself on that agreement, right? So what those agreements are designed to do is to ensure that I don't make an offer for Rob's half of the company that isn't an offer that I would take for my half of the company, right? You see how that works, because any offer I make, that same offer can be flipped over onto me. But where it's covering, like, death or disability, those typically require that there be a policy in place. Why? Well, let's say Rob and I are in business and I die, and suddenly my estate is required to buy Rob, Rob is required to buy my estate out at the price of like $1 million. If Rob doesn't have $1 million, that's a real problem. It means that the company ceases to exist, right? So the insurance policy is typically required by that contract. It is mandatory. And so by fucking with the insurance policy on this one, Kouri Richins was basically starting a fire that everybody would be running around going, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Because essentially she was pulling the fire alarm, and everybody, Like everybody would be freaking out about this insurance policy getting changed. And the other thing about that insurance, like not only does it start setting off all the alarm bells, but it's also fucking idiotic. And the reason why I say it's idiotic is because let's say the insurance policy is for $1 million, right? And Eric Richins dies. Well, the insurance policy, like the contract that they would be breaching is to ensure that Kouri Richins gets Eric's half. And I'm like, why? Like, if Kouri Richins understood the business a little bit more, she would not have touched that life insurance policy. This is such a stupid move. It is idiotic. It is absolutely moronic. And this is like, if you're wondering how Kouri Richins could lose money flipping houses in the 2020s, when everybody was making huge money flipping houses in the 2020s, this is really what tells you what's going on. This is insane. And yeah, this is the dumbest thing.
Allows them to be bought out, usually of that partnership. In the case of this one, it was called a cross-purchase agreement, and the way it's set up is that we take.
So
Oh,
now you
go ahead.
transitioned into, in this case, so did you help put together parts of a buy-sell agreement that involved Cody, Wright, and Eric?
Yes.
Okay. So in this situation, go ahead and explain what that buy-sell agreement did for Eric and Cody.
In context with the those two?
Yes.
Yeah. So the agreement is usually funded, and life insurance is usually the least expensive way to fund large amounts of money. In this case, it was $2 million. They felt the company was worth about $4 million at the time. And so we put $2 million of life insurance on each of them. Eric would own the policy on Cody, and Cody would own a policy on Eric. In the event of one of their deaths, the owner of the contract would also be the beneficiary, and that money would go to Cody in this case. So Cody receives $2 million. He receives it tax-free based on life insurance. And then he turns around. He's obligated, as is the estate, to buy that stock. And so he has to come in with that $2 million and buy the stock from the estate of Eric, or the trust of Eric in this case.
Okay.
And,
all right. You said that there's $2 million on each man for the
Yes.
total value of the company being $4 million at the time this
That's
agreement
correct.
was entered?
Yes.
And so was there more than one policy to come up with the $2 million?
Yes. We started out with $1 million of term insurance and $1 million of what they call traditional whole life insurance.
Okay. Initially, was there two terms, $1 million each on each guy, and then one was converted to a whole life product?
Well, the initial policies were $1 million of the permanent insurance and then $1 million of term insurance. And then later down the line, we converted the term insurance over to permanent.
Okay. Could we have that one?
I forget this guy's name. It's like Mr. Freckleton or something, which the whole time when they were talking about Mr. Freckleton, I was like, that sounds like a really cute name for a teddy bear.
The demonstrative exhibit? Okay. Can you see this thing? Does that portray the various policies that we're talking about?
Yeah, the first four policies there.
Would that be helpful in conveying your testimony to the jury?
Sure.
Would ask permission to publish.
Mr. Ramos, any objection to this demonstrative? I don't know the number.
It's not labeled anything. I just.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Grimson.
Okay, so the four on the left are $1 million policies for each man.
Yes, the starting from the left, going to the right, yes.
Okay, and then the second policies are later converted into whole life policies.
Yeah, those two in the middle were term insurance policies, and they were converted over to the last two to the right.
I see. And so these policy numbers, the first two digits, 1-4, represent one type of product, and then the 1-6 in the whole life represents that they were whole life products.
The policy numbers don't necessarily reflect the type of life insurance policy, but the policy numbers that you have there are correct.
Okay. All right. So there's one policy I'd like to focus in on. Just went away. Did we have that back again?
All right. So I think that sort of covers the critical thing on this one is that there is an insurance policy. It is a substantial insurance policy. Kouri tries to change it to herself. This raises all sorts of alarms. They change it back. Yeah.
Not heard of it until just now.
Offer was put on the stand.
And then we get to this. This is a major moment. Defense makes another mistrial application.
Please proceed.
Thank you.
And this mistrial application is interesting enough to the judge that the judge is like, I am not hearing this on just oral representations. This is actually a worthwhile, like there's actually something to this. This is not just your bullshit today. So, you know, I need this to be a proper, you know, I need this to be like briefed and so forth, so I know what I'm doing. All right. I started another goal for a drink. So, yep.
This morning at 8:30, we received, well, Ms. Nestor received a text from the state, which none of us saw until we were sitting here in court, where they have now provided documentation that Ms. Lauber did in fact violate drug court during the time that after she was cooperating in this case. That's Giglio information. I did not have that information to cross her with. They further, for the first time, disclosed the text messages between her and Detective Maynard that I asked her about.
Now, this is much more relevant than it sounds because, you know, it says not only is she not doing great before they come to her, but she's also still breaching. And so it's like you're getting given all of these passes, and those passes only, you know, come out so long as your testimony is useful.
And these text messages should have been available. I could have used this on cross-examination. It's different than what she testified to. This is Giglio that was not given to us, and we moved for a mistrial.
Okay, pause. So you're calling it Giglio information because you believe it is information that is material to impeachment of one of the state's witnesses?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any basis to say that the state had it before Ms. Lauber was put on the stand?
Well, this was information that we requested. It was information we requested when we tried to get.
Answer my question.
I like how the judge is like, you are making mouth noises, but you need to actually answer my question. And this happens a lot. And I like this judge for this because whenever somebody, like when he asks a question and somebody starts trying to bullshit him, he's like, no, answer what I asked you, not some bullshit.
Yes, it belonged to Detective Maynard. Detective Maynard had this information and sent an email to Mr. Bloodworth about the violation prior to the trial starting.
Mr. Bloodworth.
I'm not entirely sure what text message this defense received this morning. It was not from me. I had not heard of it until just now. I understand that about 10 days ago, the defense submitted a grandma request to the sheriff's office asking for information related to the supervision of Carmen Lauber.
By Mr. Maynard.
They asked for any information on all supervision.
Okay.
The supervision was by Eric Maynard.
Yeah.
I think they're referencing a violation of probation involving she was caught with an alcoholic beverage. Is that what we're talking about?
That's correct.
I provided that information to defense maybe 3 weeks ago in an email.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, I'm not going to shoot from the hip on this. You have to put this in a written motion so I can see it all with the timeline and the content. Let the state respond to.
Yes, I can. I will just state for the record, the email about the alcohol violation was sent to Mr. Bloodworth November 15th of 2023.
Well, but what about Mr. Bloodworth's email to defense that he just referenced?
I saw no such email.
Okay, well, we'll get into it, but you've got to put this in writing.
So the judge saying, I saw people on Twitter saying, "Oh, the judge is punting on this. The judge thinks this is bullshit." I'm like, the judge does not think this is bullshit if he's asking for a written thing, because if he thought it was bullshit, he would be like, no, I'm just ruling against you. No mistrial, right? But instead, he's like, I want it all written down. I want everything pinned down. This might be bullshit, but it might be significant. I don't think he's going to give the mistrial, right? I don't think he's going to give a mistrial. It would be a pretty big deal for him to grant the mistrial at this point. But he's like, this ain't nothing. This is not nothing, and I need to have everything here so that I can rule on this specifically. This is a good question. Real quick, since I'm curious and couldn't ask EDB, how does having alcohol violate drug court? Drug court has a bunch of rules, and the rules will include no drinking. And the reason why they'd include no drinking on drug court is that they don't want you drinking and then you get drunk and then you relapse on your drug issues, right? So that's a common rule. They similarly put rules. So sometimes you get a guy who is, and this happens here in Canada, you get people who are on probation or on like long-term supervision orders for, how do I put this? For really horrific abuse of children. You know what I mean, and I don't want to say it because YouTube will punish me. But, you know, they get put on various conditions that restrict their ability to like have access to children, that restrict their ability to go on computers, that restrict their ability to various things, right? And virtually always, those also include a condition that say no drinking. Why? Because they don't want somebody saying, I'm sorry, I got drunk and then I did the other worse things, right? So, and when people are on probation for violence, they might be on no drinking, all of these things, right? So, yeah. They didn't move the goalpost. First, it was she hadn't seen it until today, and then it was, oh, they had it in November. What the defense is saying, they're not moving the goalposts. What the defense is saying is that they found out today that the prosecution had this in November, right? So they're saying, today we found out that the bad prosecutors, have had it since November. That's why it's a violation. So it's not moving the goalposts. It is that they're saying all of those things. I'm not reading that random unbreaded commenter, but okay.
We're not going to do this on oral representations in the moment.
Understood.
Okay. Anything else on that?
Not on that, no.
Why did it restart? What? No, it restarted just when I needed it to not restart. Because there's another thing.
Mr. Bloodworth, November 15th of 20.
I know that
this one we want to cover.
I do have one other issue, Your Honor. I know that it is always tradition that the state gets to sit closest to the jury in every trial I've ever been in. That's the case, and we actually prefer it that way. But we are getting reports from individuals who are watching this matter on television that particularly yesterday, but also previously to yesterday, that members of the prosecution team are making faces at the jury during.
she's not, I don't think she's being entirely honest. I think what she's seeing is stuff that was on Twitter. Some people on Twitter were going through and they were looking at specific moments when Bloodworth's face did face things, right? And the thing is I don't think Bloodworth was making faces at the jury. I think sometimes he hears a bullshit argument and he goes, really? So the defense is like, we saw some shit on Twitter, and because we saw the shit on Twitter, we're complaining that the prosecution's making faces. And the judge has some feelings on that.
Our cross-examinations, and we would ask that
With
that.
respect, I have a better view of this than any of the cameras. I haven't seen anything like that.
Okay.
The judge is like, first of all, anytime somebody's got to say with respect is itself kind of its own backhand, right? But, the judge is like, I have the best view in this courtroom, and it didn't fucking happen, dude.
Well, we've asked for the timestamps, and we're going to try to provide it to the court. But all I'm asking is just a gentle admonishment that that's not appropriate, and to try to refrain from doing that to the extent that is happening. Also, the second concern that I have is when Mr. Bloodworth is tendering the witness to the defense, he's making a statement that I believe the defense will have questions for you. We do believe that's, I'm sure it's not intentional, but it's burden shifting, and we would ask that he not make that statement at the conclusion. We're not required to ask them any questions. So,
I mean, the burden shifting, maybe. Also, the admonishment is like, if all you're asking for is a gentle admonishment of the other side, then fucking don't bother, right? Because as remedies go, why?
So we would just ask that that no longer be stated to the witnesses in the presence of the jury.
Yeah, as a matter of law, I don't view that as any instruction to the jury or comment regarding burden shifting. If you stand up and say you have no questions, you have no questions. I'm not going to admonish anybody for anything that isn't happening. The only faces I've seen.
I love that. I'm not going to admonish anybody for anything that isn't happening. Love it. To be fair, Rokeda takes it all as jokes at this point. Yes. The problem is that lots of people online want to see lawyers fighting and want to see content creators fighting. And so they will invent a fight. And it's like, if I was fighting with somebody, that would be between me and them, not between like me and them and the internet. So, yeah. I mean, most trials that I have, I just have like, the prosecution will have a witness and then they'll say, and now Mr. Runkle may have some questions. It's really common, right? Or they'll say, please stay on the stand. Mr. Runkle may have some questions for you. Similarly, when I call a witness and when I, so if I call a witness and it's my witness, I'd say, please stay on the stand. The prosecution is entitled to cross-examine you, right? There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah.
Seen our counsel at me. And so I think we're well within the proper bounds of appropriate conduct from what I can see from here.
All right.
Anything else?
We'll submit it in a motion, Your Honor.
Okay.
The judge is like, nah, honey, we good. I don't buy it. So, yeah.
All right. Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we invite the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Ramos, you ready to go?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Burmester.
I just have to stop here. Because look at Mr. Bloodworth's face. Now the jury isn't here, but his face is facing right now, because his face right now is like, man, this is some bullshit. Oh, Bloodworth's face is I am starting to really like Bloodworth. Like, yeah. Not as much as I like Scott's mustache. Scott's mustache is the best thing ever. But yeah.
Sorry. May we invite the jury in, please?
This is not the objections, the exhibits coming in through miscodes.
Got it. Okay. We'll just need to create a record in real time.
Scott's mustache is glorious, and it also reminds me of Legal Vices, and I miss Legal Vices a lot, and so I kind of find the mustache to be kind of comforting. If that does that sound weird? It kind of sounds weird and creepy. Okay, moving on. Legal Vices would have loved this trial.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Ann Coates, Coates.
Ma'am, are you employed?
Yes.
By whom?
CMFG Life Insurance Company, also known as True Stage.
I see. And what capacity do you serve them?
I'm a senior manager in the claims department for our consumer claims.
And have you been there how long?
Almost 23 years.
True Stage is an insurance company?
Yes.
And is True Stage associated with a particular business?
Yes. We offer insurance through credit unions.
I see.
Mostly.
Any particular credit unions?
A wide variety of credit unions throughout the United States.
I see. PenFed being one of them?
Yes.
Okay. And so did you receive, can we see 7-21, please? Did you receive a written application for an insurance policy from allegedly Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see State's Exhibit 721?
I do.
State would offer State's Exhibit 721.
Okay. State 7-21 is admitted.
Okay. In here.
So can you please explain to me how the state has proven that Kouri poisoned Eric? This is a circumstantial case. They don't have direct evidence of the poisoning. However, the jury is entitled to draw the conclusion that Kouri Richins had a powerful motive to do it, that she showed awareness of, like, consciousness of guilt after the fact through her walk the dog letter, which isn't yet in, as well as her post-offense searches. They have shown, they have created a convincing, or at least potentially convincing account of how she got the fentanyl. So, I mean, they have eliminated a lot of the other possibilities, or at least done a pretty good job of eliminating other possibilities, like that Eric Richins was a habitual opiate user. So, I mean, I think that a jury is at a place where the jury could reasonably determine that they find that this has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt to their satisfaction. We haven't seen the defense case yet either, right? We cannot say, we can't say what the defense is going to say about Kouri Richins, like what they're going to bring in. And, but they haven't proven how exactly she did it. They don't have to. All they have to prove is that she did it, not how she did it. So, and you can disagree. I am just saying, I think that at this point, if the jury returns a verdict of guilty, I am not going to be like, what the fuck is this jury about? right? So let's imagine, like, let's consider a scenario, right? Let's consider a particular, like, hypothetical. This is going to be a ridiculous hypothetical, right? Mr. Body is living in the Clue house. And the Clue house, as you know, if you've played the game of Clue, has all sorts of murder weapons, right? It's got the candlestick, it's got the rope, it's got the gun, it's got the knife, it's got the poison, it's got all the things, right? And so Mr. Body ends up being killed at some point in this, over the course of this event. And the only person that we know in this particular circumstance that is in the house with Mr. Body is Professor Plum. This is not the game where you've got like 20 different people in the house. It's just Professor Plum is alone in the house with Mr. Body. No one else comes in. No one else goes out. Mr. Body has an incredibly good security system. It has cameras everywhere except inside the house. You only see Professor Plum go in. Every door and every window and every, whatever is triggered to the alarm such that it would have registered if somebody opened a door or a window or whatever else. Professor Plum leaves at Saturday at noon, and they go into the house and they find that Mr. Body has been killed and then cremated. And like maybe there was a camera in the or whatever. Mr. Body is cremated. So we can't determine cause of death. We don't know how Professor Plum killed Mr. Body. We don't know if it was the gun. We don't know if it was the lead pipe. We don't know if it was the rope. We don't know if it was, the poison. We don't know if he was strangled him with his bare hands. We don't know any of this, right? But a jury would be in a position where they could conclude that Professor Plum killed Mr. Body because they were the only two people in the house and somebody killed Mr. Body and cremated him, right? So at that point, a jury could reasonably conclude that Professor Plum could did in fact kill him and committed murder, but even if they don't know the specific aspects of how, right? So this is one of the ways that you could get to, murder. And so, yeah. Also, I see people talking about the Clue movie. The Clue movie is fantastic. If you haven't watched it, go watch it. But yeah.
The author or authors have listed a mailing address.
Yes.
Can you, is that the P.O. Box 759?
It is.
Okay. And is there a phone number for Eric Richins?
Yes.
Could you state that phone number, please?
It is 801-892-9317.
I see. Okay. Was there any email address given for Eric Richins?
No.
Okay.
Please don't phone that number. If you phone that number, you're not going to reach Eric Richins. And you're going to piss somebody off who just got their phone number blasted. Because I'm sure that number got sent out and, that person is now getting pissed off at all the people phoning them. So don't.
Now, we scroll down just a little bit. At some point, does this application connect to a method of payment?
Yes.
Okay. Can you go to the last page there?
Can I just note? So HIV, AIDS, or AIDS-related complex ticked for both. Cancer ticked for both. Heart disease ticked for both. Diabetes requiring insulin ticked for both. Stroke ticked for both. Chronic disorder of the brain or spinal nerve ticked for both. And then the writing at the bottom says all know I misread the form or I mismarked the form. Start over with a new form if you did that, or scratch it out. I think the last movie I read based on Runkle recommendations was Knights of Badassdom. How did you like it? And most importantly, or more specifically, how did you like what's his name's role in it? Oh God, I'm blanking on the names. God, what's his name? But he's fantastic in that movie. The rest of the movie is okay, but he's fantastic. So, oh God, why am I blanking on the name?
Right. Can you go to the last page there? So
now I
this
got to look it up
application
to remember who the name is.
Is this for an automatic withdrawal?
It is.
Okay.
Peter
And the account number
Dinklage.
given?
It's in.
Yes, Peter Dinklage is in it, and he is amazing. And everybody else is okay, but Peter Dinklage is amazing in that movie. I kind of want to take a particular quote from that movie and add it to my soundboard, and I might.
6577.
6577.
Yes.
Or to my media assets.
Now, it's purportedly signed by two different individuals, Kouri and
Yes.
Eric, there at the bottom. Okay. Go back up to the top, please. Is there a place on this form for a social security number?
Yes.
Where?
About halfway down.
On the front page?
Thank God they blacked out the social security numbers, or people would be taking out loans right now.
Yes.
Okay.
He is. Peter Dinklage is one of those actors who just doesn't miss.
Okay. And in this case,
one of the things I really like about Peter Dinklage is that even when he's in a movie where where the movie or whatever is kind of crap, Peter Dinklage acts the fuck out of it. So if you go back and look at like his early, like there's random appearances and stuff where he's just like, I am going to just act the fuck out of this, even though this movie is trash.
it's been redacted?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember today anything about that social security number?
I do. Eric Richins' social security number, the last 6 digits are transposed.
I see. Okay.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Once this, do you know when this application came in?
We received this application on February 3rd, 2022.
And when was it approved?
On February 4th, 2022.
Okay. And did any sort of notice go out to the owner, to, for example, Eric, to let him know?
Yes, we sent a billing statement confirming that there would be an automatic withdrawal for the premiums.
Can we see States Exhibit 722, please?
And then also a welcome letter with the contract.
I see. Is this the welcome letter you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And in this, does it indicate where it was mailed to?
It does. P.O. Box 759 in Commerce, Utah, 84036-0759.
Not 282 Willow Court?
No.
Okay.
So why this is important, the allegation here is that Kouri Richins took out additional life insurance on Eric Richins, and that she specifically put down, this is what the prosecution is suggesting, that they put down, what do you call it? That they that she put down a post office box thing, and so that Eric Richins wouldn't know. That's kind of the thing. Did I watch Game of Thrones? I watched 1.5 episodes of Game of Thrones, and I got to the point where I didn't watch many episodes of Game of Thrones. I got to the point where I was just like, I don't care what happens to these people. Everyone is awful, and I just don't give a shit. So I couldn't get into it. I don't really like people being horrible to each other programs. And the reason why I don't really like people being horrible to each other programs is because I see too much of that in work. And I'm just like, yeah.
This is an automatic withdrawal?
Yes.
And that's what this, Eric is being notified it's going to be an automatic withdrawal?
Yes.
And out of this account, 6577?
Yes.
And when will that initial deduction come?
The first deduction we were notifying him would come on February 14th, 2022.
Okay. Now, did Eric Richins have other policies, any other policies besides this one we've just been talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Wasn't there a policy of accidental death and dismemberment policy?
Yes.
Ultimately valued at $300,000?
That's correct.
Okay. And there was another policy issued June 9th of 2017?
It was actually issued May 12th of 2017.
Backdated to that date?
Yes, backdated.
Why that date?
I believe that was the day before his birthday. And we do that sometimes to...
I would love to try to figure out a way to end up as like an extra, as either an extra as a Targaryen or an elf, but I don't see it as being likely. But I mean, if it was possible, I would totally do it. So yeah.
We call it to save age and to save on premium.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Can we publish 722, please?
Any objection, Mr. Ramos?
No, thank you.
So one of the things is a life insurance policy that is taken out close in time but ahead of the death is one of those ways that the prosecution can prove premeditation on the death, right? It is that's kind of what they're going for here, is they're saying Kouri Richins took out a life insurance policy and, you know, therefore she was planning on whacking Eric Richins. So that's what she's for.
Stop here briefly.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? I do. Thank you. Have a seat.
Please have a seat. Ms. Sherman, please proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
If you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
Christina Miller, Miller.
Ma'am, what do you do for work?
I am a divorce attorney, special master, private guardian ad litem, and just started doing divorce mediations as well.
How long have you been a divorce attorney?
Almost 30 years.
And in that practice, do you do exclusively divorces?
I do.
And do you have experience with custody arrangements?
Extensive.
In your practice, how many divorce actions?
Okay, so what is she here to testify to? She is here to testify to basically Eric came to talk to her about a divorce. And the suggestion that she makes is that Eric was in a fairly advanced part of planning the divorce, that she didn't end up getting the divorce, but that she was fairly far along the route for that. And the suggestion basically being that if Eric Richins had divorced her, that ultimately, she would have gotten very little, and that that provides additional motive for Kouri Richins to murder him.
It was his brother-in-law, Clint Benson. He texted me in early October 2020, asked if I could meet with his brother-in-law, Eric, and told me it was urgent. So I explained the process that you have to get through Leslie. And I believe he contacted the office early October 2020. And I ultimately met with him October 23rd, 2020.
Okay, so Eric went through the process that you've described and ultimately ended up with you in that extensive new client meeting that we've been discussing.
Yes, we met for 2.5 hours.
So she's got an assistant who does streaming or screening rather. And the screening process is basically to weed out people who are, tire kickers or just not worth the lawyer's time or just trying to screw things around and so forth. So, yeah. And this is the other thing. If he divorced her, she got to keep her whole business and all of its debt. Yep. I also really like this lawyer. I thought this lawyer was she does a fantastic job on the stand. Yeah.
While Eric was with you in that meeting, did he fill out the typical paperwork? Did he go through that packet that you've been describing?
Yes, he left the packet at my office. He didn't take it with him. We have a bound binder, for lack of a better word, that people take this packet of information home with them and read it. Eric did not.
Okay, give me just a moment.
This is our state's Exhibit 8-49. If you could turn to the 8 tab.
Okay.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
And we've been talking about paperwork that Eric filled out. Is that some of the paperwork that he filled out in your office?
Yes. That, just so you know, under adverse party, where it says Kouri, Richins, Darden in parentheses, that's my handwriting, and it's my handwriting at the bottom in the kind of grayed out box.
Okay. And the rest of that is paperwork that Eric filled out?
Yes.
Okay. That's all we need from that one for now.
Yeah, this is also true. Eric's family providing the referral is interesting, right? So let's skip ahead a little bit here, or a lot bit.
Gave Eric the list of documents. You actually sent that to Mr. Benson.
That's correct.
And then it was actually Mr. Benson who provided you with the documentation over email. I don't know, Eric may have brought some things in person, but anything that came over email was between you and Mr. Benson, correct?
Correct.
And would one reason that a client would ask for that, would it be because they weren't ready to let the spouse know that they were considering divorce? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And a reason for this, and I mean, I know you said that most people who come in and go this far do end up filing for divorce, but fair to say that some people aren't certain if they're going to file when they come in to see you, correct?
Very few.
It happens though.
It does happen, yes.
All right. And you testified that you went through custody arrangements with Mr. Richins, correct?
Yes.
And you went through the forms you went through regarding children involvement in divorce, correct? I might be naming that form wrong, but you said you went through forms about children.
Children's Bill of Rights.
The Children's Bill of Rights.
Yeah, it is not an official thing in Utah, but I have it and I give it out on it. I'm very color coordinated. So I've colored pens for various things, colored paper for the initial client consultation. That happens to be on purple paper and it's taped up all over our office as well. So I can remind clients, this is the son, your kids are the son, and we are all rotating around them. So let's keep our eye on the prize. So it's just.
I kind of like that because one of the things about this is, that you, that she's the most the kids are always the most important thing. Everything, you end up paying child support because the kids are more important than you. And all of these things, the best interest of the child basically governs family law in most places. So, yeah.
It isn't anything you could enforce in court, but it's something that I like to share with clients.
Sure, because clients with small children, that's a huge consideration, is what will happen with the children, both financially and emotionally, and who the children will be living with, fair?
Typically not financially, but emotionally and who they will be living with and what the possibilities are, for sure, is a big concern for most people.
Okay. Finances are a concern, which is why you fill out a child support form with clients, correct?
Yes.
And can you pull up CM 5? And you filled out a form with Mr. Richins about child support, correct?
I did, yes.
And he reported to you at that time his monthly income was $33,333, correct?
Wait, she pulls a runkle? Did I miss something?
Okay.
Sorry,
might
I
have
was gonna
missed
say,
something.
I didn't have documents at the time, so we were just, this is more for kicks and giggles of, this is what child support would look like if this were the number.
This is a witness who is court used or is used to court. Did you just catch what she said? She said, for kicks and giggles. Because she knows she's in court, and anyone else would have said shits and giggles, but
Fair. And his child support was going to be high, correct? Based on his income.
Yeah, well, I mean, it depends on who you're thinking about. In Park City, probably
You're
not so much,
absolutely
but for
correct.
most people.
I mean, his child support was going to be high if he paid any child support, because there's a real possibility that based on the shit she was up to, that those kids might have gone with, that. This is not that lady. Nope. This is the other lady. We'll get to the other one.
That's true. In my very small dalliance with divorce law, we were frequently, you see people whose income it's quite low. I'm gonna say frequently. Some people it's quite low and child support's not very much.
You can have that for sure.
And for some people, this is a lot of people. $33,000 a month is a high income, correct?
Not for a lot of people that I deal with, but I think on the whole, yes.
All right, you're
So here's the thing about family law. When you start out in family law, you're taking every file. By the time you become her, and she is queen shit, it hurt what she does, right? The thing is she is, I'm sure, filtering out a lot of the people who come to her on the basis of, you can't afford me. Right? You cannot afford me, so you need to go to someone else. It it happens. Okay. So we got the divorces happening there. Defense on cross is basically like, isn't it possible he was not going to divorce? And she's like, yeah. Okay, so now we go to this person. And I feel bad for this lawyer. This is a wills and estates lawyer. This is a estate planning lawyer. And so as an estate planning lawyer, she does not deal with the kind of shit that I deal with. You know how many former clients I've had who are now dead? I couldn't count them on my fingers. Fentanyl did a whole number on the defense world, right? So there's a lot of people who, there's a lot of former clients that have passed. And so we deal with clients who have dealt with horrible, horrible shit. We deal with clients who have done horrible, horrible shit. Whereas she is, how do I put this? She's too nice for this job. She's too and she, it's clear that she is kind of dealing with some secondary trauma here, where she's upset about the fact that Eric Richins is dead. She's really upset by this. Whereas the family lawyer, you saw the family lawyer, she deals with shit you would not believe day in, day out, right? The allegations on some of her files would be horrific. And so she comes in and she is just stone cold badass. This one is learning, and she has not had the time to harden up. And so you get to see the she's got some raw emotion. And so, yeah.
N-Carter.
What do you do for work?
I'm an attorney.
What kind of attorney are you?
I focus on estate planning and a little bit of business work.
How long have you been doing estate planning?
I have been licensed since 1996 to practice law, but I've been doing estate planning almost exclusively since 2012.
And do you do that practice here locally?
Yes, I have an office in Park City.
Approximately how many estate plans have you drafted in your practice?
1,400, 1,500.
Did you know Eric Richins?
Yes.
How did you know him?
I did some work for him.
What kind of work did you do for him?
I did 2 projects for him. First, I did a buy-sell agreement for him and his partner for their business, C&E Stonemasonry. And then I did his estate planning.
Did you meet with him in person?
Yes.
How many times?
At least 4.
Did you know Kouri Richins?
I know of her. I've talked to her on the phone once the day that Eric died.
I want to talk about the first legal project that you did for Eric Richins. You mentioned that was related to his business, C&E Stonemasonry. Is that right?
Correct.
When did you complete this agreement, or when did you work on this project for him?
I was first contacted in June of 2018 by his financial advisor. We got the ball rolling. I gathered information, and then we ended up signing it almost a year later, June 25th, 2019.
In general, explain to the jury, what is a buy-sell agreement?
A buy-sell agreement is a contract between owners of a company that sets out the terms in advance, what will happen when there is a transfer of a business interest, whether it's by sale or because of an owner's disability or their death.
Are buy-sell agreements, in your experience, are they common?
Yes.
If we could show the way.
If you are starting a business with a friend of yours and you do not have a buy-sell agreement, what the fuck are you doing? Because you are setting yourselves up to have a disaster, right?
Witness Exhibit 4-2, please.
Apologize. We'll fix that. Scott, if you unplug for me. You should be able to see that.
I can see it.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's the C&E Stonemasonry LLC buy-sell agreement that I prepared.
I'm going to move to admit 4-2.
Ms. Lewis, Mr. Ross.
No objection, no objection, Your Honor.
Okay. States 4-2 is admitted.
If we could publish this and move to Article 3, please. What's contained in Article 3 of this agreement?
Article 3 provides what happens if one of the partners or owners of the company were to die.
And essentially, what does it say in non-lawyer speak?
Well, the mandatory cross-purchase agreement provides that if one of the partners dies, either Eric or Cody, then the decedent, the person who has died, their estate has to purchase the business interest from the surviving partner using life insurance.
And is that the life insurance was what was used in this buy-sell agreement?
Yeah, so this buy-sell agreement used 4 different $1 million life insurance policies. Each of them had, Cody and Eric had 2 $1 million policies on the life of the other. And if one of them were to die, they had to use that money to purchase the interest in C&E Stonemasonry from the estate, so that the survivor could continue to control the company and run the company.
Is that a pretty common thing in buy-sell agreements?
Excuse me.
That's
Yes, it
good.
is.
I want to move now to talk about the second project that you did for Eric Richins. You mentioned that was an estate planning project. Was that, did that take place in October of 2020?
Yes, he came to see me. He called my office on October 5th and came to see me on October 13th, 2020.
And so what was the purpose of that meeting?
It was to update his estate plan and revoke a prior power of attorney that had been abused.
When we're talking about
Now, the prior power of attorney that had been abused, this woman is a lawyer, and this woman is smart, and this woman has been told what she can and cannot say. The abused is very careful language, because she's not saying exactly how it had been abused, because she was told to be careful around this. But spoilers.
Estate plan. What are the main documents that come out of an estate plan?
So the basic estate plan that everyone needs is a will, a durable power of attorney, and a healthcare directive. And sometimes, most of the time in my practice, you also need a trust to avoid probate and to protect the beneficiaries of your estate plan from themselves or from others.
In preparation for that meeting with Eric Richins,
also we hit the goal.
Did he fill out some paperwork before and during that appointment?
Yes, I have all of my clients fill out an intake worksheet, gather information about their priorities and their assets. He partially filled it out, brought it in with him to our meeting, and then we filled out the rest together as we discussed what needed.
Might be her mom, might be her lawyers for Kouri Richins' outfits. I mean, often the lawyer will bring it. I am having some whiskey here. So, and listen, I see people in the chat saying I couldn't convict her. I don't fault you if you say you can't convict her. I also just say I don't fault people who say they could.
Need to be done.
And these intake worksheets, how is that something that your firm uses with every client, or how does that work?
Yeah, my either my office manager or my receptionist sends it out to everyone. It's something I can't really function without.
If we could show the witness 4-9, please. And go ahead and scroll through it so she can see the whole thing. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is this?
That's my estate planning worksheet filled out by partially by Eric and partially by me.
Okay, I'm going to move to admit 4-9.
No objection.
4-9 is admitted.
Now, if you could take that binder in front of you and turn to tab 9. Is that the same exhibit that we're looking at in 4-9?
No.
Okay. Which one is that?
You're having me look at the healthcare directive.
Oh, I see. We'll come back to that one. I had it labeled wrong. Before creating Eric Richins' estate plan, did you review a premarital agreement?
I reviewed it the day before he signed his estate plan.
Okay. If we could, 4-1 is the premarital agreement. That's already been admitted. If we could publish that, please, and go to section 1.
All right, we're going to jump a little bit of the reading.
Publish to the jury.
For Linda.
And so this is the will you described that you prepared for Eric Richins. Is that correct?
Correct.
I want to go to section 7.03, please. What does this section provide for?
That's the section where Eric expressed his intentions for the disposition of his remains. He wanted to be buried.
So this is important because they say, or because they're saying he wanted to be buried. This was also what Katie said. Katie said he wanted to be buried. This is important in our family, etc. And whereas what they're saying is that Kouri wanted him cremated, and the reason why Kouri wanted him cremated was get rid of the body so that you can't, like, the suggestion is get rid of the body to get rid of the evidence. So that's why they're bringing this in.
Buried it upon his death.
Now, talk generally about this document and what kind of legal implications, this document has.
So in the case of a trust-based estate plan, which is what we've prepared for Eric, the will is not usually as important as the trust. All of his directions for what he wanted to happen to his assets and the protections he wanted to put in place for his loved ones were contained in the trust. You still have to have a will. It's called a pour-over will. It says that if I leave anything out of my trust, if I forget to make a beneficiary designation when I die, give it to my trust to be controlled by the terms of my trust. And then I always include either burial, cremation instructions if somebody has a preference. Sometimes people don't have a preference, then I don't say anything. Anything that's governed by a will has to go through a process called probate. That's a court-supervised process of administering an estate, the non-trust assets. So when you draft a trust-based estate plan, or when you execute a trust-based estate plan, the idea is you're avoiding probate. You don't need to use the will. It never has to go through probate. The will is just a backup document.
Ideally, for the trust, it should be everything is in the trust. It just goes per the trust, and there's nothing to probate because there's no other, there's no other assets.
So now if we could put up 4-12, please, for the witness, and we can publish this as well. So talk about, in general, how a trust works.
Okay, so a trust is a contract between, I'm going to use Eric specifically.
Oh God, I couldn't even get through trusts in law school. I mean, I did because I had to, but a trust basically puts all of the assets into a magic box, and then that magic box can be ported as a thing, and that magic box has rules around it such that the magic box can disperse money per the terms of the trust. Okay, moving on. We do not want to cover trusts because, oh my God, trusts is such a, yeah. Okay, let's go to cross. And where's cross starting? All right. I think it's...
All right, so I want to talk with you about...
All right, here we go.
Any specific statements or what anybody said. Why did you open probate so quickly?
I needed to get the nominated personal representative in place so that Katie Richins,
Less than
Benson,
10.
would have the ability.
I mean, the thing is I don't actually have a cellar, so I can't have any bodies in the cellar.
To manage the probate estate and make sure that Eric's wishes, as expressed in his will, were followed.
Thank you. And I neglected to check. Have I admitted Exhibit 4-14? I know I talked about it with this witness.
All right.
So
about the revocation document that you talked about with Ms. Shermanak. Could we please bring up 4-13? It's been admitted, Your Honor.
I can see it.
Okay, go
All
ahead.
right. And can we scroll down to the beginning of, or actually the very bottom of it, the date of the original one that they were contemplating revoking? And just to refresh, you mentioned on direct, this was actually never done. You actually never did revoke this power of attorney, correct?
Incorrect.
Okay, I'm sorry. I may have misunderstood you. I thought you said that you all ended up not revoking it.
No, I said we didn't sign this document.
You didn't sign it. So I know what you're getting at. So in your durable power of attorney, you mentioned revoking all previous powers of attorney, correct?
That's not what I was getting at, but that's correct.
Okay. But this particular document never got signed or filed or anything.
No, another revocation got signed apart from the durable power of attorney that was signed.
Okay. And the date on this document that you all were contemplating revoking, but didn't ever sign this document, was May the 8th of 2013. Is that right?
That's what this document says.
So this is the power of attorney that all the parties were contemplating, saying you can't use this anymore, right? From now on.
This power of attorney was revoked, yes.
I'm trying to not use lawyer words. I'm trying to use like normal words, just so to make sure we're clear. So revoke just means we can't use it anymore, right?
Right. It's taken back. It's null and void.
Perfect. Thank you. That's what I was getting at. So to your understanding, this power of attorney there'd been no prior revocation filed on this power of attorney. In other words, it had been in place since May of 2013.
Right, but circumstances changed and he wanted to revoke it.
Sure. Anybody can revoke a power of attorney anytime they want, right?
Correct.
But he hadn't done that up
I mean, it's coming.
until now, till he saw you in 2020.
That is my understanding. He may have gone to someone else, but this is the first time I learned of it.
Okay, thank you. You can take that down. Do you remember being interviewed by law enforcement within about a year or so after Eric passed?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were interviewed by law enforcement, do you recall telling them that it stuck out in your mind how kind Eric was about Kouri using that power of attorney in a way that he didn't like, right? Do you remember that?
Objection, Your Honor. I'll for your sake.
That's her own statement, Your Honor.
Which is why it's a problem that's coming in through you.
I'll lay a little more foundation.
Assistant.
Was it your understanding that the goal of revoking this power of attorney that had existed before was that Kouri couldn't be trusted to utilize it well?
Yes.
And why couldn't she be trusted to utilize it well?
Because she had stolen she had misused it to take $250,000 out in his name, and he did not like that.
Totally.
Oh my God. The prosecution didn't call that evidence. The prosecution didn't get that out. It was very clear during the prosecution's case that she was tiptoeing around it because that was, off limits. And Nestor is like, Can you talk about the bad character evidence? See, earlier I compared the defense strategy to Sideshow Bob and that moment when he's like stepping on rakes and going, ugh. And then he goes and he walks in a different direction and he steps on a rake and he goes, ugh. And and so every direction there's another rake because there's like 40 rakes on the ground. This one is like there is one rake and the defense just keeps stepping on it because they are too fucking dumb to go around. Oh my God. Why? Runkle dated Nestor in their 20s. I assure you I did not. I didn't do a whole lot of dating in my 20s. So, well, I did some, but not a whole lot. So, yeah.
An inventory of what that personal property was?
No.
Okay, so you didn't know.
Well, there's a worksheet and he listed some things like.
The thing is that this isn't asking a question you don't know the answer to. This is that they were asking a question they did know the answer to, which the jury didn't know the answer to. And now the jury does. And it is the worst move ever. Just so awful.
Person assisting the trustee, whether any request for any money ever came to that trust in the year after Eric died from Kouri Richins.
You should be more specific to make sure you're not seeking hearsay. Break it down.
In writing or legally or formal request to the trustee.
What in writing or legally?
Request for distributions to Kouri, to her boys, anything from the trust.
I have no personal knowledge of that.
Okay. You also mentioned that you were talking to a lawyer that you knew to be a bankruptcy lawyer, right? When he called you about Kouri shortly after the death?
I was surprised at how quickly he got in touch with me and some of his claims about the way the property was titled. So I looked him up to see if he even knew anything about estate planning.
But you're certainly not telling this jury that he was representing Kouri in a bankruptcy, right?
No, I just was curious. So I looked him up to see that it made more sense when I found out he was a bankruptcy attorney.
So what she's talking about is this lawyer reached out to her right after death to say, hey, I represent Kouri. Please don't do anything with the house right away. Because, yeah. And this is an excellent point. I was going to highlight it, but we can do it now because we got an excellent comment about it. Also, when you're crossing an attorney, don't assume you'll get the best of them. There's a reason why they're attorneys, and past the bar rolling over isn't one of those reasons. I can just note that lawyers are the most dangerous witnesses to cross-examine because they know where you're going. They see all of those things, and you got to be real careful because they can just absolutely dunk on you if you're not careful. Is Lady Runkle also a lawyer? No, Mrs. Runkle makes better life choices. Mrs. Runkle is avoiding the heck out of law because she is not dumb enough to get into being a lawyer.
He wasn't calling you about a bankruptcy.
She's smart enough to be a lawyer if she wanted, and she's not dumb enough to go into law, if that makes sense.
Matter. He was calling you about, please give Kouri some time to grieve before anything goes on with the house.
He never called me. I mean, he called me later, but in the email, he asked, please don't move forward on the probate until she's had time to grieve.
Okay.
He didn't mention a bankruptcy.
Right. I just want to make sure that the jury doesn't think there was a bankruptcy matter going on. There wasn't, to your knowledge, correct?
I have no idea.
Okay. And then you also said that you told this lawyer that Eric wished to be buried. Is that right?
That's what his will said, and I did say that in a subsequent email.
And in fact, Eric was buried, correct?
I believe so.
Right. Did you go to the funeral?
No, I didn't.
Are you still close with his sister?
No, I've never been close with his sister.
Okay, well, you were her lawyer.
That doesn't mean I'm close to her. It was a professional relationship.
Okay. How often did you talk to her?
When?
When you were her lawyer.
As needed?
Daily, weekly, monthly?
I think it was daily at first.
Court's indulgence for just 1 minute here.
Of course.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, please send the witness back to the state.
Anything further, Ms. Sherman?
No, Your Honor.
May we release Ms. Bowman-Carter?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're free to go. Take care. Counsel. Counsel.
Your Honor, the state can call the witness now. That direct will probably be an hour.
Why don't we take a restroom break now so we don't break up direct? Please rise for the jury.
All right, so everyone goes to pee, and then we have one of the weirdest things. So, yeah.
Mr. Grossman, good afternoon. If you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
You please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
Sir, do you swear to tell the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury, yes or no?
I won't lie. I'll tell you much. In this setting, I assume all the answers, but not.
Stand right there.
Okay, so this question is not a fucking multiple choice question. It is not a short answer question. It is not an essay question. It is not a fill in the blanks question. This one is a yes or no. It is true or false. What did he say? Well, it's hard to hear him.
Penalties of perjury, yes or no?
Pains and penalties of perjury.
What do you mean by the whole truth?
Sir, do you swear to tell the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury, yes or no?
I won't lie. I'll tell you much.
He says, I won't lie.
In this setting, I assume all the answers, but not.
Stand right there for a moment, if you don't mind.
And the judge is like, we're going to get the fucking jury out of here because we are not doing any of this. Oh my God.
Can I invite you folks to take a walk for a moment? Please rise for the jury. Just pause for a moment. Have a seat for me if you don't mind. Mr. Grossman, do you understand the difference between what's true and what's not true?
I do.
Do you promise, under the pains and penalties of perjury, to tell the truth when you're asked questions?
Absolutely.
Anything further, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
Your Honor.
Okay. Would you bring the jury back?
Your Honor, an instruction that he's taken enough.
I'll make it clear.
So the judge is like, all right, we're bringing him in to have him, you know, we're going to figure this out while he's there. Have you seen anyone else squabble over the oath? Yes. So yes, I have, but this is a weird witness to be doing this. And, so the prosecutor is like, can we get an instruction to say this guy's like taking an oath? And the judge is like, I'm going to make it clear. It's going to be obvious. There is some weirdness with this guy's testimony.
So that you're not surprised, I'll just ask you to confirm that you've sworn to tell the truth. Yes, sir. Okay. Folks, please have a seat as you come in. Please have a seat. Mr. Grossman, just to confirm, you have sworn an oath to tell the truth, correct?
Yes, sir.
Very good, sir. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. What, sir, is your name?
Robert Joshua Grossman.
Sir, do you know?
And at this point, everybody's like, oh my God, because, you know, we've been waiting to hear from this guy because this is the guy that Kouri Richins was like, oh my God, you know, we're going to be together forever. This is Kouri Richins' backup plan. This is Kouri Richins' backup plan.
Kouri Richins.
I do.
How do you know her?
I've known her for, I don't know, a decade probably at this point. We met in South Carolina. She was flipping a house and I answered, and a help wanted ad.
Then did you come to know her in South Carolina through helping her flip homes?
I did.
And she is having some feelings. She's having some feelings there, and yeah.
Did there come a time you moved to Utah?
Yes.
When, sir, was that?
It was just as COVID was kicking off. So 2020, I believe, or early in the year.
And why did you move to Utah?
To work with her, help her flip houses.
And when you moved to Utah, where did you stay?
Initially, I stayed at a flip that she had acquired in Heber.
So a lot of people on Twitter, etc., are commenting on this guy's appearance. I mean, okay, he's a decent looking guy. You know, obviously not not my thing, but people on Twitter commenting on that, and it's the thing is I don't think Kouri Richins liked this guy for his appearance. I think Kouri Richins liked this guy because this guy she was able to manipulate a lot better than Eric Richins. This guy she was able to fuck around. And like, yeah. So, oh, and I should cover some super chats here. Runkle used Top Mark Media feed because Scott fixed. I am using that. It's tax season, and any accounting field that isn't tax sounds good. Honestly, though, people have no idea how wild accounting is. We know all the tea. Fair. Chin chin. For the judges sit the fuck down and shut up, though. Yep. Guy behind Bloodworth, though. Scott's mustache is a national treasure. The world wonders. Bloodworth's voice sounds a lot like Terrence Howard, but the illusion is shattered every time he implies math is a real thing that exists. Jeff Phil and Emote, have a drink. Thank you. Chelsea Rama, still behind. I don't want to speed up because you're making me laugh so hard tonight. Top shelf runkleisms abound. This case has given me a lot of feelings. Meme Express, or Meme Empress. Meme Express. Chat has enlightened me. Every time I see Nestor, I'm going to be seeing Dolores Umbridge singing Poor Unfortunate Souls in a full pink Ursula costume. Oh, that's terrifying. Susan D, happy to be here. Glad to have you here. The Miss Monty, glad to have you here. What about if charges say Professor Plum murdered Mr. Body with a candlestick, but the autopsy says gunshot wound? All else same as your hypo. State case not proven. They wouldn't particularize it, but if they did, then they have a problem. Enjoy a beverage, Runkle. You must be parched. Fair. Most proud I've ever been watching a whodunit movie was Wake Up Dead Man. I clocked exactly what Blanc was looking at, especially because my mom didn't see it. Good for you. I have a problem watching mysteries because me and Mrs. Runkle are both too good at figuring out figuring out movies. So we'll watch a movie and we'll be like, okay, that guy's the killer. And we call it in like 2 minutes. So remember when Sixth Sense came out and everybody was like, oh my God, that's the best movie ever. And me and Mrs. Runkle were watching The Sixth Sense. And we got like not far in, and I was like, he's dead too. And she's like, what? And I'm like, watch, he's dead too. And then we were watching, and she's like, oh shit, he is, isn't he? And I'm like, uh-huh. And then we get to the big reveal, and yeah, that was the big reveal. And it was just like, yeah. Isn't this the how much did you get paid lady? Oh yes, we missed that part. I'm not going back. Did you see Fight Club? I did see Fight Club. Fight Club was better because Fight Club is a good movie even if you know the twist. So Fight Club isn't really a twist movie. It's got a twist, but it isn't a twist movie because Fight Club is better the second time. Meanwhile, like the only movie of M. Night Shyamalan's that I actually like is Unbreakable, because Unbreakable is a good movie even when you know the twist. And yeah. How is the flamethrower? I still haven't gotten to use the flamethrower, and yeah. Yeah. All right. Ali, I'm not sure what that is. Thank you for being a YouTube member. Random unbreaded. I don't want to be rude because it's possible that I'd be rude there. Random unbreaded commenter. Example of one who passed the bar versus got a waiver. I'm sure they all passed the bar. Son of a bar. D&D gives you the best framework to describe Mrs. Runkle. She has the intelligence to be a lawyer and the wisdom not to. Yes, I have only one of those things. Boo Boo Magoo, how can you not like Daryl from Walking Dead? I didn't get far into Walking Dead either. Annabelle Feinstein, my writer brain kills most movies for me as well. I might not know who, but I know what is next. This is the thing, is that once you start looking at movies, most movies are very predictable and formulaic, and they follow patterns where you're just like, yeah.
I had my dog with me. We do live-in flips, me and the dog. Yeah.
Other than accommodations, did she pay you for your service?
We didn't have any contractual agreement. She took care of me. I lived for free. She gave me money whenever I needed it. I just, I liked her, so I'd work for free.
This is why she liked him, because he worked for free, other than she's putting him up in houses and she's chipping him some money here and there. And so long as she keeps him on the interest, she's getting a great deal out of him. So I want you to remember, this guy's an Iraq War veteran. She was absolutely fucking this guy over. And I mean, to be fair, this guy knew he was going after a married woman and also should have known better. But I mean, I do feel bad for this guy, but we should also be noting that there were signs that he's being a dumb shit. So
not that she didn't, pay me. She did from time to time in lump sums.
And this is him saying, I didn't get screwed over as much as you think. This is him rationalizing, right? This is him rationalizing. I wasn't as dumb as all of that.
Did she also give you a truck?
Yes, she bought me a truck. 2 of them. Bought me one, traded in, got another one at one point. Didn't trade it in, gave it to her mother. Yeah.
Did, sir, there come a time when your relationship turned romantic?
Yes.
About when?
Same time, just before driving to Utah.
So right about the outset of COVID.
Right.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 3-1, please?
Yeah, this guy is kind of a walking country song. So
the witness has.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's been admitted. Can we publish it? Scott, can you zoom in on the top portion? Thank you. Mr. Grossman, do you recognize that document before you?
I mean, I know what it's alluding to. I know of it. Yes, sir.
And did you know about a trip planned to
No,
the
doggo.
Secret St. Martin's Resort?
Sorry.
Yes.
So I'm going to take a look at the passenger name line. There's some initials there. RG with a birth date of 9 December 1982 and a gender of male. So are those your initials? Is
Yes.
that your birthday?
Yes.
Perhaps obviously.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you. Did you and Kouri Richins at some point plan to go on this trip?
Yeah. She. I think that was a birthday present. I remember seeing a text or something. She sent it to me. We didn't discuss it much, but it was there.
Thank you, Scott. During that time that you were romantically involved with Miss Richins, did you love her?
Yes.
During that time, did you feel that she loved you?
Yeah. I have it.
That hurt me in my soul. Did you feel that she loved you? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, oh, dude. This guy she did an emotional number on this guy, and he is not, he's not recovered.
A tendency of going head over heels, though, probably more than most. So, I think she did.
Did you exchange text messages with Kouri Richins?
Yes.
From the time you moved to Utah, about how often?
Daily, unless she was mad at me or vice versa.
Yeah, that's
what
fair.
Topics on those messages?
I'm willing to bet he's recovering from PTSD, and this was an easy way to live with few questions until it wasn't. Yeah, I feel that too.
Did you discuss?
Same thing you would discuss with your
I
best
haven't
friend.
seen that, but I've seen
plus
people saying
house
it.
flipping stuff. Life.
You discuss her children?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you now some text messages between you and Ms. Richins.
Okay.
They're the same ones I believe we've looked at before. I'm going to ask you if you've recognized them. If you can recognize them right away, that's fine. If you would like me to scroll down through them again, I'm happy to do that, okay?
Okay.
We're going to skip past the text messages. There are a lot of, we'll be together forever. At one point, he sends a text message talking about, so long as I get an all-access pass to the after-hour ride, which, I'm just going to say I would do a lot not to have that text message come in.
2021.
The thing is, the text messages, there's nothing super spicy in there. There's nothing super amazing in there. They're just cringe. They're just, they established that they had a relationship. But yeah.
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 2-12 Delta.
No objection.
States 2-12D is admitted.
We're going to skip ahead a little further. I think part of it is that this is this guy's an attractive dude. And because he's good looking, people cut him a lot more slack than they would cut, say, Higgins. And that's just part of the nature of the world. I see people saying he is. I mean, according to Twitter, I am sure this guy has an easier time picking up women at a bar than Higgins does, for instance. Okay, Chad is disagreeing. Fair. All right, Chad is like strongly disagreeing.
Of a January 9th, 2022 text exchange between you and Kouri Richins?
I mean, I think so. I didn't necessarily recognize some of it. I saw the word dope sick in there. That doesn't, I don't know that that's, can you scroll back up to that one? That just doesn't seem like a topic of conversation of ours, or it doesn't seem like a word I recall.
Other than that word, does it appear to be an accurate depiction?
Okay. Yeah, it's a TV show. Yeah.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-18D into evidence.
Objection.
States 2-18D is admitted.
So they run him through all of his texts.
D, please.
His eyes look PTSD to me. So, yeah.
You recognize that as a February the 15th accurate depiction of a text exchange between you and Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-29D into
Also
evidence.
fair.
Objection.
2-29D is admitted.
No correction, no ma'am. I am in love with you. I hope that's okay. I can't change it. No change. It doesn't change me or have to change us. I've been this way for a long time. Like, actually in love with me? If I was divorced right now and asked you to marry me tomorrow, you would?
Oh, man.
And he's like, oh shit. This is kind of sucker punching him. Yes, in love with you. Of course I would. Have a good day, babe.
Scott, can you please bring up 2-31D?
And you can see as this goes, he starts having a harder and harder time.
Sir, would you like to take a break?
Mr. Grossman, do you need a minute or two?
I don't know what I need.
Let's just start with that. Why don't we take a pause for a moment, if you don't mind. Let's take a 5-minute break, please. Please rise for the jury.
You know who's got dry eyes right now? He's breaking up. Kouri. Not so much. Kouri looks like she's doing fine.
Please have a seat.
I'm just going to say, I think the jury probably fucking hates her at this point.
Just wait for the question. Okay, I appreciate that, sir. Bowen, whenever they're lined up, you can bring them. Thank you, sir.
You see, she's sitting there eating something. She's sipping on a drink. He looks at her. He's looking directly at her. And he does a little head shake. He's like, I can't believe this. He's still getting over this, right? He's still getting over all of this. And he cannot believe that she has nothing, right? I mean, this guy made some bad life choices. I'm not going to say he didn't. But, man, those bad life choices led to him getting, like, emotionally crushed here. And, I mean, you can have sympathy for that or not. I see a lot of people going, I got no sympathy for him and, you know, whatever else. But I think the jury's going to be sympathetic. The jury's going to see this guy breaking down in tears. And they're going to have some thoughts as to, have some thoughts about that. Of course you love bobbing them into it. I did skip over. There was a note about he had some sort of, I forget what the thing is that he ate that, a hush puppy. That afterwards he went and like had a nap at, or that he forgot, I'm like, I don't know. I don't even know about the sandwich thing. So I don't put a whole lot of weight into either of those. All right, jumping ahead.
Let's do it. Please rise for the jury. Please have a seat as you can. All right, please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We'll now proceed with cross-examination of Mr. Grossman. Mr. Grossman, you're still under oath. Ms. Lewis, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Grossman.
Good afternoon.
All right. So, Mr. Grossman, you said that you and Ms. Richins met in South Carolina, correct?
Yes.
And she was flipping a house or more than one house there?
One at that time.
And she hired you to do some work on it, correct? Was that in response to an ad?
Mhm.
She hired you?
Yeah, IKEA furniture is what it originated as.
Okay. And you knew each other for quite a few years before your relationship turned romantic, fair?
Yes.
And you weren't in contact that entire period of time from, it was about 2017 you met or earlier?
No, it was earlier than that. I'm no good with dates.
That's okay, but earlier than 2017.
Mm-hmm.
And then you weren't in constant contact between 2017 and 2000 when you became romantically involved.
No. I think we had maybe 2 or 3 years we didn't speak.
All right.
I'm guessing here.
That's fine. So in 2020, you decided to move out to Utah, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And one of the reasons you moved to Utah was because you were going to work on some houses with Kouri, correct?
Yes.
And you were interested in flipping houses yourself, fair?
Yes.
And that was something she was going to participate with you.
Yeah. Yes.
All right. So let's look at.
Yeah, PTSD with a broken heart is a dangerous combination. I've seen this combo. Well, he's messed up in more than one way. He's hurting. He needs his battle buddies and probably has lost all contact. I kind of feel like if he does have PTSD, he might have been additionally vulnerable on this.
We're going to talk about some of these text messages that the state just pulled up, and I want to ask you some questions about some of them. The first one, I believe, is State Exhibit 3-1, and this isn't actually a text message, but let's pull that up. And this has been admitted. That is not it. I don't believe. There we go. Thank you. All right. Publish this when we speak about it. So you said you recognized that as a vacation that Kouri had booked for you and Kouri.
Yes.
And she booked this on December 7th, correct?
Yes.
And then you said she told you it was a birthday present, correct?
Yes.
Your birthday was December 9th, correct?
Right.
And this vacation was scheduled for, do you recall the dates? I know it was April 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, you never went on that vacation, true?
True.
All right. Okay, let's move to, let me ask you this. You said that you two texted almost daily for a long period of time.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yep.
All right. But you and Kouri weren't consistently in a relationship between 2020 and 2022. There were times when it was on, times when it was off. Fair?
Fair.
All right. Let's pull up State's Exhibit 2-13D. And if we could pull up page 10 of that text, Katie, and blow up the blue bubble, I think. I can't read it at all in here. Okay. So this series of text messages took place December 18th of 2021, right? It says on the bottom there.
Yes, ma'am.
And these messages were part of a conversation discussing ending your relationship, correct?
I'm going to need a minute.
Do you need to look at more than that one text to determine that?
Maybe not. I don't know.
Can you maybe show him a couple of texts before that? Can you see that, or do you need that blown
Yeah,
up?
if you could zoom in a little bit, that would be good. Okay, is this this where we're starting?
Sure.
Okay.
If you can just go ahead and scroll. Thank you, Katie. Let me stop there. It says you need to come see me in person if you're going to say goodbye forever, right?
Right.
So this series of text was talking about that you may be ending things, correct?
I guess so.
All right.
I mean, I don't
Well, let's just look at it.
necessarily remember it, but that's what it sounds like. Unless we were just being tongue in cheek. I don't
All right.
know.
Well, let's look
I
at a
didn't read
couple.
enough
Oh, I'm
of it.
sorry. Did not mean to interrupt you, Josh.
No, that's okay.
Let's look at a couple more. Maybe pull up Kouri's again. They're the blue bubble. And she says that she's not mad, but you did promise to say goodbye in person.
Okay.
It's not what I want to do, but it's not fair.
Yeah, I'm tracking now.
Okay.
That sounds like adios to me.
So it was
He's still sort of trying to figure out what all of this is going on.
late 21, after the vacation was purchased, that there was a discussion about ending the relationship. Fair?
Appears that way.
Okay. But you didn't end it then. I mean, I don't know, maybe you did briefly, but if you did, you got back together, right? Or you resumed. I know you were never together, but you resumed your relationship.
Yes.
Okay. Let's look at text State Exhibit 218D that's been admitted. And Katie, could you just get to So, Mr. Grossman, this was about, well, first it was about a television show called Dope Sick, right? We talked about that on your direct. Well, you and Mr. Bloodworth talked about that.
Mr. Grossman, my apologies. We need words, yes or no.
Okay. I can't see it. Can you zoom in a little bit for me,
Go ahead.
please?
While Katie's doing that, and you take a look.
Okay.
Yeah, she's starting a new TV show, Dope Sick, correct?
Correct.
All right. And
Has anyone seen that? Is it any good? I'm like, okay.
she's asking you questions about if you have taken drugs, right?
Yeah.
Now this I wonder about because Kouri Richins asked him if he had ever taken drugs, which makes me wonder, like, was she trying to fish to see if he could be a source for drugs? You know, she brings up Dope Sick, then she asks if he was taking drugs. And I'm like, okay. Was she trying to see if he's got a hookup? Maybe he could have been the source of the fentanyl.
Yes.
And you kind of go back and forth.
Yes.
And at one point, she tells you, and Katie will pull up the text, you can see it, that she has a whole cabinet full of all sorts of prescriptions, but it's not her thing, correct?
Correct.
And then she also tells you, we'll pull up the text, that when she had her last child, that she had a bunch of pain pills and they were still in the cupboard. She just hadn't even taken them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But you guys talk back and forth about drug use.
I'm like, why is the defense getting into this? But okay.
And is it fair to say, and it's just a yes or no question, that you have on and off used illicit drugs? Fair?
Fair.
All right. Okay, let's move to State Exhibit 2.
Is the defense trying to suggest that he might have poisoned? I don't like that.
27D. And pull that up
unless
so
they
Mr.
can
Grossman
land
can
it.
see the date. All right. So do you see that these texts were on Valentine's Day, 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you recognized them as texts between you and Kouri. But do you recall specifically anything about that day, that Valentine's Day, 2022?
I've tried to remember. I don't even know where we were, what we did that day. I don't think it was it was able to be extracted, or because I figured my, GPS would have been able to clue me in, but I don't know.
So you don't even though the texts say you met up, you don't even remember if you met up?
If the text
let me rephrase
say that
that.
we met up, I assume we met up, unless the
And-
text say that, hey, change of plans.
He's like, I don't know. Tell me what the thing is, that this is the sort of witness that is fairly malleable. So
Agree with you. The texts do say that. I'm just asking you if you have a memory of it, of the actual meetup.
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. So there wasn't anything about that day that Kouri did or said that caused that particular day, July 14, 2022, to stand out in your memory. Fair?
Well, no, I can't remember where we were, and that's not
That's fair. It's a while ago. Okay.
And it's not that nothing memorable occurred that day. I just don't remember, man.
Okay. That's fair. Let's look at State's Exhibit 229.
So there's a lot of I just don't remember that they get through. We're going to jump ahead.
Day.
Right.
Did she ever tell you that you were going to be together on Friday permanently? I think he can say yes or no. We're not asking what Ms. Richins said specifically.
It's very specific in that question.
She's like, it's not specific. And the judge is like, it is super fucking specific. Thank you.
All right, let me ask it this way. Did you ever have the impression that come Friday, the two of you were going to be together forever?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation on how he would get an impression.
I'm going to overrule that one. Go ahead, sir.
No.
Did you ever have any impression that as of Friday, Eric Richins would be out of the picture?
No.
All right. And then let's go to 239.
The defense actually gets some decent stuff out of him, believe it or not.
D1. So this is Friday, March 4th, the day you were supposed to meet for brunch, right? The beginning might be March 3rd, if I can see that.
Yeah, I'm just seeing 3-3.
Okay, let's scroll down. Okay, we can stop right there. When you say it's official now, are you talking about the property or are you talking about something else? The Midway Mansion? Or do you remember?
What was the text previous, please?
It was from you. It just says, I hope I get to see it. Do you know if you were referring to the mansion?
That's what it sounds like.
Okay.
You'd have to go up another text.
Yeah.
But
Well, let's keep going. That's fine. I mean, if you don't remember for sure, I get that. Let's keep going. You can see that. Okay, maybe this helps put it in context because her response is the possibilities are so endless with that place. And I would run to love it as a business. I skipped a little, but that's the gist.
Right.
Does that help you recall? Were you talking about the Midway Mansion on March 3rd of 2022?
If that text is directly following the ones in front of it, then yeah.
Okay. But then March 4th comes about, and this we can skip down to this, skip this. And you two are supposed to meet for brunch, correct?
Yes.
But Kouri doesn't show up.
Right.
And you text her to see what's happening
Yes.
and why she isn't there.
Yes.
It's not like her to not show up.
It's not like her to be a minute late.
Okay. And that's when you find out that Eric Richins had passed away that early morning.
So I thought it was my recollection when she says brunch, I'm thinking 10 o'clock sharp, right?
Okay.
And I thought that I texted her because I could just sense, I could feel something was wrong because she was late. I hadn't heard anything from her. So I texted her, is everything okay? And she responded, that's when she told me. But like, I thought it was, how do I say it? I thought all that would have happened prior to noon at least, but can I say?
Yeah, go ahead.
But I was shown texts that say that it happened at 2 o'clock, but I thought it happened earlier. So your question was that morning. I don't know if it was that morning. I thought it was that morning, but I've seen texts that say 2 p.m. So.
All right. So your recollection is different time-wise as to what shows on these texts.
I think so. At one point in time, I asked for some texts of mine and hers so I could review them.
You asked who for some text?
I was in a meeting. Miss Margaret provided them with me.
And by Ms. Margaret, do you mean the county attorney, Ms. Margaret Olson?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But all I got was the month of March, but it was like that. So
What do you mean when you say it was like that?
It was thick. There were a lot of text messages that month. So I'm not faulting her for stopping there, but
Let me I just want to make the record clear. You said you held your thumb and finger together about an inch. So you got a.
The reason why they're doing that is because the recording doesn't show what he's doing. So sometimes you'll get, you might say, how big was something? And the witness will be like, yeah. And you're like, so you're holding your hands how many inches apart? And they'll, and so I find that the best practice for that is typically to ask the witness to give like a measurement, but also ask them to, relate it to something that might be in the courtroom or something like that. So that if it becomes an appeal issue, then you can then you can use that.
About an inch worth of pages of text.
right. And they were just for the month of March. And that's because I was trying to figure out what happened too,
Okay.
So I'm going through them and the timelines on them. I'm not saying this is the case, but to me, they appeared off by several hours. Like my text, something that I thought I sent at 11 a.m. would be 4 p.m. or whatever the case was. And then I don't know if that was corrected, if I was doing bad math because of the time zones so I don't know. Time-wise, I don't know. Some of it doesn't necessarily coincide with my memory, but it might be corrected. I don't know.
When you say it might be corrected, what are you talking about?
Just that one text, for instance, because I remember very clearly where I was at, which direction I was facing when I was told that he had passed. And I just remember it not being as late as what it says on the screen. I don't know. Maybe I'm completely off, but that's my memory of it.
So you would wonder if what the time is on these texts is incorrect.
Right.
All right.
By several hours.
And you notice this in a lot of texts? Or just these ones this day?
No, I think it was consistent amongst everything I looked at.
What was consistent, that the time was off?
That everything was just pushed forward. You know better than I do. I don't know what they call the time difference. You got a +8 and all this
Yes,
nonsense. I
the
don't know.
meridian
So
time.
He's like, I'm going to go on a side rant against time.
I turned to Alex because he's our phone guy. But yes, I do know what you're referring to. That sometimes on the phone is 7 or 8 hours ahead of when it actually happened, right?
Right.
Is that what you were referring to?
Yes.
So you were just wondering why the times didn't seem to comport.
Right.
Okay. All right, that's fair. But let me ask you this. Was it March 4th that you found out that Mr. Richins had passed? March 4th of 2022?
Yes.
All right. Were you surprised by that information?
Yes. Yep.
So
the thing is, what they're getting out here is he's surprised, so he didn't see it coming. He didn't know this. He didn't. Yeah.
you didn't meet up with Kouri as planned on March 4th, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see Kouri for a couple of weeks, approximately, give or take.
Yeah, I would guess 10 days to 2 weeks, something like that.
Okay. I'm going to come back to that in just a moment, but can we quickly look at State's Exhibit 253D? Where, do you know which one I'm looking for? Since you read my mind, Katie. Okay, this is when Ms. Richins tells you that she found out that Eric died of a fentanyl overdose, right?
You're going to have to let me read it, but in my mind,
Well, go ahead and look at, yeah, right there where it's highlighted.
you know, I didn't know what fentanyl was then, so I don't know if that's why it didn't stick, but I remember I mean, I can go through and read all this if you want me to.
No, I just want to know if this is the text where she told you. I mean, you don't have to know
It's-
what fentanyl is. Is this the text?
It's written right there.
All
Yes,
right.
ma'am.
I just wanted you to confirm for the jury what the date of that text was.
4:15.
April 15th of 2022.
Yes.
All right. Now let's go on to when you met with Ms. Richins a couple of weeks later and you drove up into the Uentas. You with me?
Ahead
Yes, yes.
to where they hopefully land things
Wasn't
a little
surprised, but but then I started. I listened to the interview.
bit. All right, let's go back a little bit because I went too far.
It was warm outside. I don't remember.
Was it shortly after Kouri was arrested?
I think, yeah.
Okay. And that's when you told them about this conversation, right?
No.
When did you tell them about the conversation? Let me ask this question. You're the one that told them about this conversation. That information came from you, correct?
Yes.
Why did you tell them about this conversation?
Because I was trying to figure out what happened. And man. So never for a moment did I have a clue, a hint, not a fleeting thought that something intentionally might have happened to him, right?
Right.
Let alone from her. So, I think we'd gone a year without speaking at that point. And
This is helpful
I don't know if
to
I turned on the truck radio and heard she wrote a book and wasn't surprised, but then I started. I listened to the interview she gave about her book, and then maybe I did some research on my phone and saw that she had just been arrested, or either she just got arrested. I don't know, days later, a week later.
Okay. And then do you recall who you met with when you talked about this conversation?
After I found that out, I was overwhelmed with, guilt, sorrow over my wrongdoings, infidelity.
Okay.
And that's when I called. I was trying to get a hold of Eric's sister to tell her. I don't think she was home. I spoke with her husband instead. Told him what I told him, and he told me, I forget the guy's name, but he said, I think there's somebody that would like to talk to you. And it was the Richins family private investigator. I think I called him immediately after I hung up, spoke with him. I don't recall the ins and outs of the conversation, but he told me that Kouri had done it, that she was guilty. He couldn't tell me why, but she and that changed everything for me,
That is a big thing for the defense. This is huge for the defense. And I don't think he really realizes it anything, at all either. But, he's like, I felt guilty. I called the family. The family put me in touch with the, with their private investigator. And the private investigator convinced me that Kouri must have done it. The defense is going to be trying to paint this private investigator as the instigator of all of this, right? That the family is, is vengeful. The family doesn't like her, and they hired this private investigator, and this private investigator is the architect of all of this. This is actually so in some ways, this guy was maybe one of the best witnesses for the prosecution, but also maybe one of the best witnesses for the defense. It's kind of a weird circumstance there.
I was blown away, and
at least so far. I assume the defense is going to call
looking at everything in our past with a different set of goggles on through different lenses, and I was trying to figure out if she did it, and I could help. That's what I was going to do, and that's sometime after that. It wasn't the first time I met with the investigator. I
really wonder how the Richins family feels about this guy too, and I hope the Richins family finds some some peace. And I just don't know.
It was the second time or something. It dawned on me. Oh man, You know, what about that one time she asked me this? What about the time she said that?
Okay,
And
so let me just stop you just for a minute so I can ask
Yeah, stop him hard, defense lawyer, before he says something stupid.
a couple of questions. So Investigator Gabler, the family's detective, just told you she's definitely guilty.
I don't know if you used the word definitely, but said that.
She did it.
Right.
All right. So then you started thinking back with 20/20 hindsight about conversations.
Right.
Which led you to think of the conversation in the Uintas. Fair?
Yes.
All right. Today, sitting here, when you think back on that conversation, does that conversation seem like it was a strange conversation to you?
Man, I can't tell one way from the other anymore. I've been confused for years, you know?
This conversation was about more than just what you did in Iraq, right?
Yeah.
This conversation, was it about just life and death in general?
Yeah. It's about that. It was about lots of things. It was about the boys. It was about shooting the bow. It was about God. It was about supernatural stuff.
And at the time you were having the conversation, did it seem like a strange conversation back at the time it happened?
At the time it happened, her and I just experienced supernatural things. So no, there was nothing that was surprising at that. But the talk was not surprising.
So it was in context with things that were going on and that you were talking about at that time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you know why you were talking about bow hunting? Why was that part of this? It seems a little different than the rest of the conversation.
She was talking about she was talking good things about Eric and how phenomenal of a man. And I don't know. And
He seems like he's feeling really guilty when he talks about like how good of a dad Eric is. And the thing I'm betting he's thinking, if I wasn't there as, you know, Kouri Richins' backup piece, would she have pulled the trigger? Like, would she have gone ahead and tried to kill Eric if she didn't think that she had, you know, this guy there as a, you know, as in the background? And I mean, he's going to have to live with that. That's going to be tough.
She mentioned it, how good her boys were, or I can't remember. One of them can, one of them can't at that time.
Bow hunt?
Well, I don't know. It was one of them was shooting a bow, one of them wasn't. I don't remember. But
So she wanted to learn to shoot a bow. Is that what that was about?
she did. She told me that.
Okay.
Or she already knew how. I don't remember.
When you and Kouri were together, were you aware that Eric had an affair also?
I was told that.
All right. You'd mentioned during direct that you did work for Kouri here in Utah and that sometimes she would just pay you in lump sums. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall a lump sum she paid you in the amount of $25,000 after Eric died?
I remember that lump sum. My timeline's pretty foggy though.
Okay.
I feel like it was after he passed. Yes.
Okay. And was that for a house that you flipped together that she felt she owed you money on?
Yeah, I think.
Is that what you thought it was anyway?
That was, if not all of it, that was definitely a large part of it. I mean, I don't know. Yes.
You were aware that Kouri got a life insurance policy, right?
Yeah, and she texted me one time. I believe she texted me.
I mean, he's got to have feelings about that money too. I know a lot of you in chat do. I know a lot of people on Twitter have feelings about that 25,000. I'm wondering how he feels about it.
She just found out and sent a text like, "Look at this," kind of thing.
And what was her reaction about receiving that life insurance?
I don't know. It was through texts, I believe.
Well,
And she just seemed like surprised, like it was unexpected.
it was unexpected she was going to get that policy, is what your impression was of her demeanor.
Yes. We're sitting here right now. I mean, it's in the text messages though.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that Kouri was protective of Eric and his reputation?
Yes.
So after Eric passed away, did Kouri see you as often as before he passed away?
No. I mean, immediately thereafter, we didn't see each other at all for a little span of time. And then, no, I think she was doing things with other people, grieving, whatever she was doing. So,
Did she appear to change after he died?
yes. How so? Like, yeah, I mean,
Well, I was hoping you could tell me how you thought she was different after his death.
I would just say in the normal ways that anybody would be different after something of that magnitude. I mean, the effect it has on her children and how she's got to handle that. You know, you can't go from that to talking to me on the phone and be the same, I don't assume.
Did she come across as happy that Eric was gone?
No.
Did she come across as grieving or sad?
Yeah. But I didn't see her in that window directly thereafter. But when I saw her, I think it was more sporadic than usual. But yeah, there were times where, you know, she was bent out of shape in front of me.
All right. And you said you couldn't remember how long you continued to see each other after Eric passed away, but does 3 or 4 months sound close?
I don't know, because it was so sporadic. It was like a chunk here, a chunk there. But I thought it was longer. I thought it was 6 to 10.
All right.
I don't know.
Okay, that's fair. But then Kouri ended the relationship, correct?
Right.
And you, what was your feeling about ending the relationship? I mean, were you sad?
Yeah.
Did Kouri, though, appear to have made up her mind? It was just done?
I don't know. I think she liked me. So whether, I mean, yeah, it appeared as though it's done, but who knows?
It was done, right?
Yeah, it was ultimately.
I mean, after that, you stopped seeing each other, correct? And did you?
This is the first time I've seen her since that day. So
Which was either late 2022 or early 23. You don't remember for sure.
I don't know. It was.
Well, it sounds like probably in 2022.
It was cold outside, so it was late. The same year that Eric passed.
Okay.
It was the end of that year. That's when it was, or the very beginning of the next.
Did you exchange more text messages after that, or was that it?
Not that I can recall. I don't know.
I just have one moment. I don't have anything further.
So when you and Kouri Richins were in the Uintas 10 or 14 days after Eric's died, we're talking about a lot of things, right?
Yes, primarily that, because I hadn't even spoken to her hardly. So I was trying to see how she.
We never find out what the supernatural stuff was. So I'm sorry. I would love to tell you what that was, but we don't know.
Felt, you know what I mean?
And when you were talking about Eric and bow hunting and the boys, part of what you were talking about was what a phenomenal father he was, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything further, Ms. Lewis?
Phenomenal father. Yeah.
Please listen to me.
Sorry.
It's okay. Did Kouri give you an impression about how she felt that the boys had lost?
Him like feeling the need to get that in. The judge is like, you can't just talk. It's like, oh man, this guy is clearly feeling some guilt. I believe that he's feeling some guilt.
Their phenomenal father.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained. Anything further, Ms. Lewis?
Can we approach?
Sure.
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything else for Mr. Grossman?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Counsel, may we release this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, you are free to go.
Thanks. Sorry.
Thank you for your patience. Please watch your step.
I mean, I don't know. I know a lot of people out there are unhappy about this guy. A lot of people out there are sympathetic to this guy. I kind of lean towards being sympathetic, but recognizing that the dude made some serious mistakes, right? The dude should have made better life choices, 100%. And like, there's just no question about that. So yeah, it's tough. I mean, the best thing for the defense that came out of this guy is that she didn't seem to act, she didn't give any advance warning. She didn't seem, there was nothing sort of there on that. But I don't know. I think he's a real, there were things that he said for the defense, things he said for the prosecution. For the prosecution side, I think the jury is going to see this guy and they're going to be angry at Kouri for treating him badly. And I mean, I know lots of people are saying, well, you got treated badly. What do you expect? You got into a bad situation. Tough shit. Fair. I get that. I don't know. I feel I don't know. I feel bad for the guy. I hope he gets through everything, right? So yeah. I don't know. It's tough. We'll see where I don't know where things are going to go next, but it'll be interesting to see what happens tomorrow. And it'll be interesting to see when the defense starts calling their evidence. So, yeah, I feel like Kouri manipulated the hell out of this guy. But I also know people are saying that his brother does not like this guy, has a bunch of very negative things to say. I may try to watch that later tonight. I don't know. I'll see. I may not, because it's not part of the evidence. I got to decide. I'm going to figure that out later tonight. We got a few super chats here to cover. Tough Cookie, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Milky Joe 666. This poor schmuck was taken for a complete ride. I feel for him. Love your recaps, Runkle. Thank you so much. ASG says, hey, Runkle, I've discovered a newfound love for heirloom beans. Also, teacher tricked me into writing steno at 180 words per minute. Not consistently yet, but just knowing it's possible is awesome. That is amazing. Gwynny Bly, I think he was fully manipulated by Kouri. Baby, I love you. It's a loveless marriage. I'm leaving him, but the kids need me, etc., etc., etc. Add PTSD. Yeah. And if people think that Kouri was the manipulator, she is on a path to jail. As one who's also stuck in my crazy, I feel for him. I get it. Amelia LT, just thank you for covering it with compassion where needed, and Stark word is definitely needed. Good morning from Lithuania. Good morning. Today was a bad day for Kouri overall. The financial stuff was deadly, right? The financial stuff was really bad. Both, yesterday with her finances being an absolute disaster, like her finances were a giant tire fire. And today we hear about her trying to move life insurance policies to herself. We hear about her her taking out additional life insurance policies. We hear that there was no way for her that she dug herself into a massive financial hole. We hear that a divorce was impending. And the thing is, the divorce would have been absolutely ruinous for her. Because at the end of the day, if they'd gotten divorced, he would have walked away with all of the assets, and she would have walked away with $6 million in assets and 8-point-something million in liabilities, and she would have been left with 1.5 million in debt, basically. So he would have been like, I've got this great income, I've got this house, I've got this stuff, I've got all this nice stuff. And she would have been sitting there with a champagne expectations and millions of dollars in debt, and it would have been just absolutely destructive. So I mean, you know, she would have been eating ramen, she would have been all of this, and it's providing a really good really good motive. Or so I'm just I don't know. I think the prosecution has given the jury everything they might need to convict. And I think that's what they're going to do. I know some people in chat are like, I would have quit if I was on this jury. And that's fair too. I can see how you get there. But at the end of the day, yeah. Noticing ramen noodles. I like ramen noodles too. They're just pretty awful as a main sort of thing there. So yeah, and we haven't even seen the walk the dog letter yet. That's true. It's true. I mean, I'm probably gonna have some ramen noodles right now. I'm probably gonna have some ramen noodles right now, so that'll be where I go next. But I'm gonna wish you all a good night. I'm gonna go and maybe try to unwind with some Sons of the Forest, which I've been playing the heck out of and like the heck out of. But thank you all for joining me. I hope you join me tomorrow. And yeah, but the other thing I just want to note here as well, Kouri Richins is going to jail for, that's my assumption, is that she's going to jail for the rest of her life. And the situation of being $1.5 million in debt, you have a better life on the outside, having declared bankruptcy and being $1.5 million in debt than she's going to have. Everybody who thinks that like murder is the solution to something, they're wrong, because at the end of the day, she made it so much worse. So much worse. To quote a wise elf, did my client do it? Probably. Never use that line in front of a jury. So I hope she has lots of time to think about her mistakes. And we'll see. So thank you all for joining me. Have a good one. See you tomorrow, hopefully. Good night, all.